morning. We thank all of you for being here. We want to call into order our Finance Committee hearing. We have 5 bills, six bills on our agenda. And we will ask the clerk to read the title of the first bill on the agenda, which is 171001, and ask Rob DeBoe to come forward. We do have a quorum. To my right, Councilman Squilla. To my left, Councilman Greenlee. To his left, Councilman Blondell Reynolds Brown, Councilman Taubenberger, and the President of Council, President Darrell Clark, is here. So, Clerk, will you read the title of the bill?
171009, an ordinance amending Section 19-1303 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Discounts and Additions to Tax by tolling additions, interest, and penalties on real estate tax when the assessed value of property is under appeal and limiting tax payments due based on certain assessments under appeal, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. DeBoe.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
I'm Rob DeBoe. I'm the Finance Director, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Bill 171009, which, if amended, would permit property owners who file timely appeals of their FY19 assessments to pay taxes based on the 18 assessed value until their appeals are resolved without incurring any penalties or interest. The administration understands the sponsor's concern about the impact of increased assessments on property owners. However, we believe the potential harm inflicted on the school district would outweigh the potential benefits of the bill. The bill will delay critically needed real estate revenues for the district and also create uncertainty about when those funds would be received. The bill would also make Philadelphia an outlier among its peers, and property owners would also receive more relief under this bill than they now receive through the current appeals process. The proposal would give taxpayers more relief than typically received through the appeals process, since the implementation of ABI appeals process has resulted in an average reduction of about 10.5% in values under appeal. This bill would give taxpayers more than 9 times that relief. At the same time, based on the number of timely appeals, the bill would delay the receipt of an estimated $22 million in real estate tax revenue that would otherwise be collected, $12 million for the school district and $10 million for the city. We would also be an outlier among our peers. Department of Revenue reached out to Baltimore, Boston, New York, the state of New Jersey, and New York State, and they all require that taxpayers make payments on their current assessed value even when an appeal is pending. We recognize that any delay in appeals creates uncertainty for taxpayers, school district, and the city. For tax year 19, the BRT received more than 8,000 appeals, in addition to the remaining appeals from FY18. When the bill was previously discussed, Council, the administration, and BRT worked together to commit to the timely hearing of all appeals rather than tolling the increases. We again propose working with BRT to make sure that all 19 appeals are heard by the end of December 19. That concludes my testimony, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeBoe. Councilman Squilla, we'll call on you for remarks, as you know that he is the sponsor of this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rob, for testifying. How many total appeals were filed this year?
For 19?
Yes.
About 8,000.
8,000 were filed. How many FLRs were filed?
About 20,000.
And how many FLRs were responded to?
I think about 8,000 or 9,000 the FLRs have been responded to.
So it's still possible that another 10,000 FLRs have to be responded to, and the people have 30 days to appeal after that response. Is that correct?
It is correct, although I think that there are people who have FLRs who also have already gone to the BRT because OPA encourages them to file appeals by October 1st.
So, but it is possible for other people to file appeals if
It's
they.
possible that there would be more.
And how many have been scheduled to date?
I don't know that. I can get back to you on that.
Okay, well, I know the answer, I should have, 0. There's been 0 scheduled so far.
For the BRT appeals,
in 2000.
they've heard some actually.
They've heard some completing the previous year's appeals, but according to our email from the BRT is that they will start scheduling all their appeals for 2019 in 2019.
So, okay, because we got information from them that there are maybe a couple hundred that have been heard.
Okay, well,
Yeah, but
either way.
either way, not many.
All right, also, they told us they would do between 50 and 70 a month.
That would be unacceptable, obviously. For 18, when we had the agreement that they would get everything done by the end of this year, they had about 6,700 appeals. My understanding is that other than about 600 that are on hold because of the lawsuit over the 18 assessments, they've all been scheduled by the end of December. So if they got through 6,700 in 12 months, it's clearly more than 50 to 75 a month. So I would hope they're not slowing down to 50 to 75 a month.
Okay, and that's just the number we've received.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, it would take a really long time to
It would take a really long time, and I think we should do what we did last year, which is talk to them to make sure that they get the appeals done in a timely fashion.
Is there anybody from the BRT here to testify?
There is no one here. I think Carla is out of town this week.
Okay.
But they said that any information, any follow-ups we had, they would be happy to provide.
Would they be, I mean, I know about salaries, and if they did 25% of the appeals, would they be willing to take 25% of the pay until they completed the assessment process?
I think that's something to discuss with them.
Okay. So if you believe they could get done by the end of the year, so there was not be much harm to the city budget in that case, that this would all be done within a year and therefore would be able to then
It wouldn't be done
handle.
within our fiscal year. It would be done 6 months after the end of the fiscal year. So there would be a chunk of revenue that the school district and the city would not receive in their fiscal year.
Right, but we also know that the residents would have to then forego that revenue too, and it may not be correct.
That's right. But what we would be saying to them is you don't have to pay any of the difference when in the history of it is that their reduction on average is about 10%, and we'd be giving them 100% relief.
Is it possible, right now with the new ordinance, it says 2019 and thereafter, would you be able to support something that just had 2019 and not every year after that?
2019 would have that $22 million issue of delaying that receipt, which is a bigger issue for the school district than for the city. So it's $12.5 million for them, and that's obviously a substantial hit for
Right,
them.
and we know that that money would eventually come because we found out in 14, that once all the appeals were done, all the taxes were paid up, or if the people who had won their appeals were kept the same. So there was no money lost as a whole, and the money flowed into the district and, the general fund as it came in once appeals were done. What we see right now, if there's no incentive to do these hearings, they don't do them. And they don't do them in a timely manner. And it's unfortunate there's nobody here today to testify on that.
Because this bill doesn't provide any incentive for them to do it. This isn't, they don't care about this.
You would think the administration, school district, and everybody would be hounding them to do this.
And we do.
And you do.
Yeah.
And that would be able to.
And so do you.
I do too,
Yes.
yes, I do. So, all right, I'll come back with more questions. Thank you.
Questions? Councilman Greenlee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. DeBoe.
Morning.
I guess my issues are right around the same as Councilman Squilla's, but I thought it was an interesting point that he just raised in the end. Is it that money is lost or just money is delayed through a
Money
bill like
is-
this?
Money is delayed, and
Yeah.
it creates uncertainty, particularly around
Yeah.
kind of planning, and particularly this is really a bigger issue for the district than for us.
But it isn't part of the problem, and, we hear it every year that we're getting better in these assessments, we're getting better, but we're not there yet, we're not there. So and look, I think we all have heard some examples of some assessments that plain don't make any sense. I mean, they're just out of whack. I don't know how else to say. That's not an official term, but that's what I'm using. And it just doesn't seem fair to people to have to pay what seems to be an exorbitant amount. They have to go through the whole appeal process. It seems to me, isn't the goal, let's get it right, and maybe we won't have 8,000 appeals to have to deal with. But until you do, is it really fair to the taxpayers to tell them we'll pay it, and, you'll get your money back if you can at some point in time,
So
It just doesn't seem,
the goal, obviously, is to get it right.
Yeah.
There were about 370,000 properties that had increases. So this means that about 2% of those property owners appealed. It's not a huge percent.
no, I get you, but it's still money that they very well have to put out that maybe they shouldn't have to put out. And when you say we're an outlier among our peers, and you point out some of the cities, some are smaller, and then we have states and all
Right.
like that, do you know how they have handled the whole assessment problem? Maybe they don't have as many, they don't have the problems we do in getting the assessments right.
But again, I think this is, at 2%, it's not a large percent of homeowners who appealed.
Okay, but couldn't we switch that around then to say, well, since it isn't, there's only so much money that is being delayed, I won't use the word lost, delayed,
Well, the amount that's being delayed is 22 million. So we know that amount.
but it adds up to, maybe it adds up to that, but for each individual homeowner, it can be significant to have to put that money up front, especially when they feel, and again, 2%, that's fine, but that's still a lot of people that have to put up money for taxes they really shouldn't
Yeah.
have to pay.
And completely understand the concern, and it's just in our mind weighing that against the uncertainty it creates for the school district.
Okay, all right. Okay, one last question, I'm sorry. Uncertain, when you say the uncertainty, but can't you sort of gauge whatever that uncertainty is on previous years? Because you just gave the examples of what the previous years were. So it's an uncertainty to a certain extent, but you have, I guess, what I would call a reasonable expectation of what will eventually come in, don't you? I mean, not exact, but reasonable.
You have some idea, but you don't know
Okay.
for sure, and you don't really completely know the timing.
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
You said you have some idea, you don't have certainty, and you don't know the
No,
timing.
you don't have certainty, but, the taxpayer doesn't have the certainty either, right?
Understood? Like I said, it's definitely,
Okay. All right. I
weighing
got
the two.
I got you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair notes the presence of Councilman Dom and Councilwoman Parker. More questions with regard to this bill?
Yes.
Blondell Reynolds Brown?
Good morning,
Councilwoman.
good morning.
Morning.
Can you speak to the staffing challenges over there in that department, which forced us to have this conversation on why there's a backlog, and what needs to be done differently so that we don't have this conversation December 2019 on a backlog?
You're talking about BRT who hears the appeals?
Yes.
So BRT has, it's 7 members. I really think it's a matter of scheduling more hearings. I think they have capacity to schedule more hearings.
Whose
And-
responsibility is that?
They're an independent body, so it's their
Okay.
responsibility.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, they're happy to answer any questions, and I think that's a follow-up question for them is what kind of schedule can they follow to get these appeals heard?
And so to avoid this conversation for 2019, December 2019, what do we as a government need to do differently?
I think it's to get long-term commitment from them on their schedules. So when we talked last year, we really talked about the 18 schedule. We should get them to commit to following that schedule every year.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I should say one other thing, that we, during budget process every year, and council does this with them too, say, tell us what resources you need, whatever you need, we'll provide to you.
Well, it was interesting, this sounds like deja vu, because we did have the same discussion last year. Councilman Dom?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning.
Morning.
I just wanted to ask some questions about, I'm sorry I was late, but 18, everything's been completed for 2018 on appeals?
So everything, there are about 600 cases that are being held because they're subject to the lawsuit. And my understanding is everything else has either been heard or scheduled for this month,
So it'll be, by the end of this month, it'll be completed.
other than the ones that are being held.
The 600 that are held in the lawsuit, do you have any idea what the dollar value potential is on either, win or lose, that we could be subject to?
Do not. We can get you that, though.
Okay. But those are mostly the bigger properties that have appealed,
Yes.
which would have a bigger risk for us because there's more dollars involved.
Right.
Any comment on that, or I probably can't comment on it as
No.
far as going? Okay.
No,
When does that get resolved? Any time frame?
We're still in the discovery process.
And have we escrowed money just in case we have to have a payment on that?
So on the city's budget, that the money that's in the Federal Reserve is the money that was tied to increases in the 18 assessment.
Okay.
For the school district, there's no money escrowed. It would be a direct hit to their budget.
And so for 19, there were 20,000 filed, I understand?
20,000 first-level reviews,
First level review.
and 8,000 appeals with the BRT.
So is 12,000 remaining?
No, I think there are a little more than that remaining, but I think there's also overlap between remaining FLRs and people who've appealed, because they're encouraged to appeal by October 1st, even if they have an open FLR.
Okay. And do we have enough manpower?
I'm sorry, I didn't
Do we have enough manpower to handle these appeals?
Does the BRT have enough manpower to handle the appeals? I believe they do. They told us they did last year when it was 6,700. I think it's just kind of getting the scheduling right.
So, I mean, one of the issues or concerns that I have is that, I'll give you an example. We assessed a property maybe at $350,000, and it's selling now for $280,000, and we're asking that property owner to pay based on $350 while the sales have occurred at $280. And I think the way this bill reads is you would still pay on the $280, but on that increased value that we have assessed would be tolled. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
And do you think it's fair for us to charge them on that increased value when you have those kind of cases out there?
So I think there are, this conversation with Councilman Green, I think there are competing interests here. I mean, as I said in the testimony, I understand the concern. On the other hand, it creates this big cash flow issue for the district. The $12.5 million that they don't know when they'll receive and might not receive in fiscal 19.
Right, but this, as I understand it, this bill is strictly going to be for appeals that have already been filed, right?
That's right. And that number is based on appeals that have already been filed.
Right, because in the past, we talked about this, and it was for appeals that could be filed, and we were worried they're going to use this as a cash flow tool.
That's right. And so that's not, in the testimony, we don't talk about that as a concern.
So what do you think, based on what you've heard, is fair? Balancing all the issues.
Yeah, so I think, just as my testimony said, that I think what really should happen is bills should be held, and we should work with BRT to make sure they hear appeals in a timely fashion.
But they can't give us any kind of time frame when that's going to happen.
They did last year, and unfortunately, they couldn't be here today, but said they'd be willing to answer any questions, so I think we need to ask them that question.
But I'm going to go back to this example. You live in the Northeast or South Philly or Northwest or West Philly, and you've been assessed, in your opinion, higher than the market value by $70,000. And if we don't get to you by the date your taxes are due, you have to pay the increase, and giving the city basically an interest-free loan on your money until the city gets to your appeal.
And the history of what's happened with the appeals is in general, the average reduction has been about 10%. And we're essentially saying to people, to everyone, you get it all relieved. You don't have to pay that now, and eventually you'll probably get a 10% reduction. So we're giving them much more relief than history has shown they'll get.
So I guess what I'd like to see happen is to figure out how we can do this process quicker so that we don't have this issue at all. And so this, to agree, this bill may force us to provide better service to the residents.
But I don't know that it will, because I think this bill hurts the district, hurts the city. It's an independent body that actually does the scheduling. So it's not getting at the people you're trying to incentivize.
Okay, I understand. Anyway, thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Squilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Rob, thank you for your testimony. And one last thing, we know there's a little over 8,000 appeals that are here.
Thanks.
We know that OPA actually does the first level reviews, correct?
Correct.
So OPA, the last time we had this, the problem is their assessments seem to be flawed going forward. Last time we had this large number of appeals, they went a whole year without even doing any assessments citywide, and which created this year's assessment that seemed to be a 10% increase citywide, which creates a problem. So, you know, what this may do, I mean, if we didn't have these large number of appeals because of these large assessment increases and it was done properly every year, this problem would go away. If there was only 1,000 appeals, you wouldn't need this. They would be able to hear all these in time. So the problem is we need to fix the root of where this challenge is coming from, and the root is from how the assessments are being done by OPA. And I know there's an audit being done, and there's going to be a report issued shortly that'll give us some more information. But these things are just safeguards and protections for residents right now until we could then fix the bigger problem. And hopefully we could all work together to resolve that.
Thank you very much. More comments or questions? Yeah, we think it is sad that we're repeating last year's. I feel like everything is exactly the same. But we hope that we don't have to go through the exact same process next year. Councilman Dome?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just want to join Councilman Squill in this commentary. I think the average increase across the board last year on assessments was 11%, roughly. And I think this is the fallout from that 11%. And as Councilman Squill has said, if we could kind of gradually not have these big jumps in OPA. If we had 2, 3, 4%, 5% jumps, we wouldn't see these appeals. This was this catch-up that occurred. I think it's one time, so I don't think it'll be terrible, you know.
Right, because we're doing assessments now.
Right,
every
more regularly.
year.
Yes.
And the market was actually accelerating pretty quickly, so you're seeing that too in the assessments.
And the CAMA system, that's going to be in, I think, in the next 12 months or so?
Yes, in about 12, 13, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair also notes that Councilman O is present as well. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, we'd like to call up Mr. Jeff Braff from Philadelphia Crosstown Coalition, and note that we have written testimony from Jeff Hornstein, Philadelphia Crosstown Coalition. So, good morning. Please identify for yourself for the record and make your testimony.
Good morning. Jeff Braff, representing the Philadelphia Crosstown Coalition. We are a coalition of more than 30 civic associations across the city. It is rare that we have unanimity among those 30-plus organizations, but we do with respect to Bill 171009. The Crosstown is and has been a major supporter of public education in the city. We have a committee that's devoted to that. We hold annual conferences about it. We work to help the home and school associations. We support fully public funding of public education in the city. But we all know that the 2019 assessments were huge increases for many of our taxpayers. We also know that there have been substantial questions raised about the accuracy of these assessments. In fact, this body commissioned an independent study to look at the accuracy of those assessments. We also know, as questions from the committee have raised, that the appeal process is excruciatingly long. We also know that this money that we're talking about is not lost. It is deferred. It is deferred for a limited period of time, which is a function of how long it takes to do the appeal. And for the 2%, Mr. DeBoe pointed out that only 2% of the people have appealed. But for those 2%, this is a big deal. So, you know, and Councilman Greenlee pointed out, well, that it cuts two ways, but for the 2%, it points only one way. It can be a big hit, and that appeal may not be processed and resolved quickly. So we are only asking for the same relief that this body granted 5 years ago when the AVI came out and people were faced with substantial increases. We again support public education. We don't want to hurt the school system, but we think for those 2% of the population that has filed an appeal, this is an appropriate remedy, and hopefully, as has been observed, we won't have this problem next year because the appeal process will be more streamlined, it'll go quicker, and we won't have so many appeals, and we won't have substantial increases in the assessments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments, Councilman Squilla?
Thank you. And I want to say to the Crosstown Coalition, thank you. And that's true. I've never seen them all agree on one topic. So I guess this is something they all rallied around. So that it's interesting. But when you talk to each individual community group, or as each community group representatives are there at the meeting, were they all affected by this increase in one way or another?
I really can't answer that, Councilman Squilla. I don't know. We have ad hoc information that some groups were substantially affected in their communities, but I can't speak beyond the ad hoc, unscientific observations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, Mr. Graham. And the panel notes that you do have Mr. Hornstein's testimony in your packet, and we'll make sure the stenographer has it as well. I believe she has it as well. Yes, she does. Thank you. All right, we'll go to the next bill. We'll ask the clerk to read the title of Bill Number 180909, and we ask Frank Breslin, Commissioner, Department of Revenue, to come forward.
180909, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-2600 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Business Income and Receipt Taxes by extending the period that net operating losses can be carried, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you very much, and we note that Councilwoman Cindy Bass is also present. Thank you very much. Mr. Breslin, please identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Good morning, Councilwoman Blackwell and members of the Committee on Finance. I'm Frank Breslin, Revenue Commissioner and Chief Collections Officer. I'm here today to present testimony in opposition of Bill 180909. The administration applauds the desire to make complying with Philadelphia Tax Code easier on businesses, and we thank the bill's sponsors, Councilman Taubenberger and Dahm, for advocating for opportunities to improve the city's tax structure to benefit businesses and residents. Philadelphia's net operating loss carry forward, giving businesses up to 3 years to use losses in previous years to offset later gains and lower their tax bill, is inconsistent with the longer periods for state and federal taxes. Unfortunately, the legal authority to change the net operating loss carry forward for the business income and receipts tax from 3 years to longer rests with the state legislature. The amendment to Bill 180909 was added to indicate that the net operating loss carryforward of 20 years only becomes effective if the Pennsylvania legislature makes the change. Absent that action, the bill has no impact on businesses subject to the tax, but adding this language to the code will be confusing to businesses. If this legislation is passed, we anticipate more phone calls, email inquiries each tax season as businesses and tax professionals try to figure out exactly what the net operating loss carry-forward period is. 3 years, 20 years? No one involved in taxes needs extra work like this during the run-up to April 15th, but even worse, some taxpayers may file incorrectly, opening themselves up to interest and penalties that could have been avoided if our tax code was simple and clear on this topic. Additionally, it reduces taxpayers' confidence in government when there are programs or ideas that sound like an improvement but don't have any actual benefit. Absent state legislation, which isn't on the horizon, that may be how people would feel about this bill. A tax structure that is easy for businesses and residents to comply with, one with fewer hassles, and that isn't unnecessarily confusing, and that balances the need to generate funds for the city and city services while minimizing the burden on taxpayers to encourage growth is a shared goal. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments?
Yes,
Councilman Greenlee?
just real quickly, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I know you said, Mr. President, that this will carry an amendment that only if the legislature makes a change,
Yes.
because they have to do it. You say it, but haven't we done that on other occasions? Passed laws pending action by Harrisburg? Because you say that would make it confusing, but,
And I think in times when that has happened, it actually is confusing to taxpayers. We've had questions before, tax professionals do refer to the code, and that's not necessarily where lay people are going for direction, but tax professionals will refer to the code. They'll see an indication that the loss carry forward period has changed, depending on how it's worded in the code. I've seen situations where you have to click on actually a footnote to see that only becomes effective if there's state legislation. So someone looking at the code, reading that, might believe, and incorrectly, that the loss carry forward is longer, may file a tax return based on that information. We would pick it up in audit, and we would assess
But don't people get confused a lot? I mean, on the code? I mean, they misread things, and I think humans do that. They misread stuff.
That's a shared goal, and we've been collaborating in efforts to try to make filing and paying taxes less confusing. And I think that this really runs a little counter to that. It would actually be confusing when it passes. People will read it, think that it has changed. They would have to, it would have to be clear that this only changes based on the legislation. People may miss that nuance and file incorrectly. And loss carry forwards can be significant. It could be significant tax dollars involved here. Big corporations could have, we're not only looking at small businesses who may have small dollars, but, large corporations have millions of dollars in carry forwards.
Okay. All right, thanks for your answer. Thank you, Commissioner.
Certainly. Councilman Dom, one of the co-sponsors of this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
So I think we understand the state needs to approve the change to 20 years, but I think this bill is trying to mirror the state's term for carry loss of 20 years. So we're trying to mirror it. And the reason I think that Councilman Tolberg and I wanted this bill to be put in place is to make us more competitive in the creation of jobs, and especially in the area of technology. Right now, if you look at the chart of the 20 biggest cities, we're at 17 for job growth towards the bottom. And other cities do have this 20-year carry loss forward. And then it's so important for us to build a tech community, because keep in mind, 1 out of 3 jobs in tech don't require a college degree. The economic job multiplier of technology is, for every job you create in tech, 5 more jobs come to the table. And then the average income of technology jobs, which we're all trying to achieve, is $39,000 higher than any other field. So the goal here is we want to build the base of our economy. We want more jobs. Keep in mind right now, you have a city where 26% is in poverty. 31% from 2 years ago, I'm going to use those charts, not the recent, don't really pay taxes or business taxes, the eds and meds. So 43% pay all the taxes. This is a bill that'll grow that tax-paying base because it sends a message to new companies who are expanding here and coming here. We want to mirror what the state does. We want to mirror other areas. We want you here. We want to build that tax-paying base. And I believe that's the major motivation behind this bill. And I'm sure Councilman Tolberg will have a few more comments. But that's just, our opinion on it. So, but thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Councilman,
Well, I'll defer to Councilwoman Blondell Reynolds Brown as she's on the committee, and then I would like to speak after.
thank you. Councilwoman Reynolds Brown?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Councilman Teutenberger. Councilman Dom, in the latter part of his remarks, actually answered two of the questions that I still care to put on the record, one of which was, Councilman Dom, you mentioned that other cities have a similar measure. And so my question was, are they cities of the first class?
For me, or? Well, I can answer that. I mean, what we looked at, I have looked at other states, and Councilman Dom referred to the state of Pennsylvania. State of Pennsylvania has a 20-year loss carry forward, but we would not be consistent with the state of Pennsylvania in that their loss carry forward is limited to 30% of taxable income. So they actually put limitations on how much loss carry forward can be deducted. IRS does something similar. They have an indefinite carry forward. And looking nationally,
Talk louder, pull the
I'm
mic
sorry, looking
closer,
nationally,
please.
there are states that have 20 years, there are states with much less, and so there's different standards throughout. There's not one standard that we don't adhere to, but I have stated in the past that one of our goals is to, where possible, to have consistency with the state and with the IRS.
Very good.
In this case, again, my testimony in opposition is around the fact that this bill doesn't allow us to implement this change. This bill would still require the state
authorization?
to do state authorization.
I see. Okay, good.
And my fear is that that is going to create confusion during the filing season with taxpayers not understanding whether we're at the 3-year or the 20-year loss carry forward.
Okay, that's very, very helpful. And then secondly, knowing that we want to be as, have wide open arms for new companies that bring tech opportunities here, in your view, moving to align this bill with what the state does already, do you believe this would be an attractive feature?
I don't know how it would align in terms of bringing businesses to the city. That's a little out of my lane. I think in conversations with businesses, particularly smaller businesses, and some of the work we've done with council, we have heard that they would like the loss carry forward period extended to a longer period than the three-year period.
I see. Okay then, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Another sponsor of the bill, the co-sponsor, Councilman Taubenberger.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. And Councilwoman Reynolds Brown, in my discussion with young entrepreneurs, they're very enthusiastic about this. And I think helping tech companies come here are so very important. But also it sends a very, very clear signal to the state legislature. We're waiting for you. We want to be in line with the rest of the state and with our peers, because many of them are at 20 years. So the burden will be on them to, develop this law on a state level, and I would be there to lobby as well as others, because it's something that young people actually want, and it puts us in line with everyone else. And I truly believe that making a small change like this will speak volumes in the efforts we as a city are going through to make this a more business-friendly city. We have a lot of rules and regulations, some of which will be discussed here later and are always being discussed here. But the fact is, when we're doing something that is very clear, a clear signal that we're business friendly, and the passage of this bill awaiting state legislative approval is, I think, that clear signal, and the burden then is on them. And I think we can work this out, and I, for one, would take time and the effort to go to Harrisburg to get this thing done, working on a bipartisan belief. I've talked to some folks in the governor's office, and they think that this would go very, very well. I think it's time we, as government bodies around, work more on a bipartisan basis, and this will have bipartisan support as well. And obviously, it's not going to go through here without bipartisan support. So I really thank my colleagues who would be voting for this. And I just think it makes a lot more sense. Small changes, again, can help generational wealth in our communities, and can we really begin to lift Philadelphia out of poverty. We're the largest, poorest city in America, and I can't stand it. We need to do things about it, and I'm here to do something about it. Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Is there anyone else here who would like to comment on this bill? Thank you very much. We'll now ask, yes, Councilman Dom?
I didn't want to let this opportunity pass, Commissioner. I wanted to compliment you and the Finance Director, Rob DeBoe. I read the editorial, and I know this is a fact, because when I started, the collection rate for delinquent taxes was 89%. Under your direction, it's now at 96%. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll be back to you, by the way. I want to know the numbers on sequestration.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now ask the clerk to read the title of Bill Number 180994 and ask Dr. Caroline Johnson, Deputy Health Commissioner, Department of Public Health, to come forward.
180994, an ordinance amending the Philadelphia Code entitled Area Management Code and Chapter 6-600 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Asbestos Projects to revise fees under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Please identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairwoman Blackwell and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Dr. Caroline Johnson. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the Philadelphia Department of Public Health. I'm joined by some staff from Air Management Services who will help me answer any technical questions that are in regards to this bill. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourselves?
My name is Richard Annunziato. I'm the Asbestos Program Manager at Air... I'm sorry? Richard Annunziato.
Spell your last name for her.
Annunziato, the Asbestos Program Manager at Air Management Services.
Hi, I'm Keith Lemchek, Lemchak.
They can't hear you. Please pull the mic up.
Keith Lemchek, Lemchak, Chief of Compliance and Enforcement for Air Management Services.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for inviting us to testify in regard to Bill Number 180994, which proposes to amend Philadelphia Code Section 3-307 to increase various fees for air pollution permits and operating licenses, and to amend Philadelphia Code Section 6-602, 603, 604, and 607 to increase various fees for asbestos permits, licenses, and related professional certifications. Air Management Services, also known as AMS, and I'll probably use that term throughout my little presentation this morning, is part of the Health Department. It is the local air pollution control agency for the city of Philadelphia. AMS's mission is to protect the health and quality of life of Philadelphians from the adverse effects of air pollution in the city. Central to this mission is the administration of a program for permitting and licensing certain local air pollution sources pursuant to Title III of the Philadelphia Code. In addition, AMS issues asbestos remediation permits and conducts professional licensing pursuant to Title VI of the Philadelphia Code. City Council last adjusted AMS's fees for permits and licenses in 2008. We now seek to increase fees for the next fiscal year to cover increased costs of conducting the local air pollution control and asbestos programs. AMS's current costs have increased from what was expended in 2008, in part due to higher costs for personnel, benefits, supplies, and equipment, in addition to overall inflation. Other recent expenses include costs in 2016 for the rollout of a web-based electronic permit and license application system, the purpose of equipment such as cameras and computers to outfit AMS inspectors, and payment for training for the inspectors. AMS expects the number of applications for local air pollution permits and operating licenses for air pollution sources to increase in fiscal 2019 due to recent regulatory changes. The changes include the adoption of new dust control permitting requirements for demolition projects pursuant to air management regulation, 2, Section 9, which was enacted in 2016, and new annual licensing requirements for parking garages equipped with mechanical ventilation systems pursuant to AMR 12, enacted in 2017. AMS anticipates hiring at least one additional engineer and one additional inspector to process the expanded number of applications. Currently, the shortfall between the fees collected and the cost expended in administering the air pollution and asbestos programs is covered by general funds allocated to the Department of Public Health. AMS's cost in administering the local air pollution and asbestos programs are expected to be more than $1 million and $500,000 respectively for each program in the 2019 fiscal year. With the proposed fee increases, AMS anticipates that it will collect approximately $744,000 to support the air pollution program and $549,000 to support the asbestos program annually. The increased revenue from these fees will free general funds monies to support other AMS air pollution monitoring, research, and outreach initiatives to educate the public about the causes of air pollution, to investigate local air quality issues, and to address environmental justice concerns. Increased revenue will also help shield AMS from threatened cuts in federal and state air pollution funding. The individual fees and the attendant increases proposed in Bill number 180994 directly reflect the resources necessary to issue, inspect, and administer the specific permit, license, or certification program. The greater the resources needed to issue and enforce the individual permit, license, or certification, the higher the proposed fee increase. A breakdown of the current fees and proposed fee increases, anticipated revenue projections, and the cost expended to run the local air pollution and asbestos programs are contained in a justification memo that was provided as a supplement to this testimony. Thank you for your attention, and I and the other members of AMS staff will now be happy to answer any questions about this bill.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Again, I assume you'll be speaking about asbestos?
Correct. Yes, Rich will be answering any technical questions you have about asbestos.
Say your name again,
Richard Annunziato,
and spell your last name again.
Annunziato.
Thank you. Thank you. Please begin.
Was there any additional testimony, or is that?
No, not from me.
All right. We see all the detail you've given us with regard to an increase in fees. Are there questions with regard? Any questions with regard to these panelists?
Yeah.
Well, you have one of the most detailed presentations, but people don't have any questions, so.
I have a question.
Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. When was the last time the Office of Air Management Services made any changes or amendments to the fee structure?
Thanks.
Back in 2008, I believe.
2008,
Yes,
10 years ago.
yes.
And it's your view that, granted this change, that those additional fees will adequately address the increasing cost that comes to do what you do, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where do we stand with regards to other cities situated like Philadelphia with regards to this particular ask?
Well, Philadelphia is very unique in that we have our own specific set of rules and regulations overseeing asbestos abatement. There's only one other jurisdiction in Pennsylvania, Allegheny County,
Okay.
that has their own rules and regulations. Outside Philadelphia and Allegheny counties, the other local municipalities are subject to federal NESHAP or EPA jurisdiction.
Okay.
So there's no other comprehensive set of rules and regulations, overseeing control of asbestos remediation other than Philadelphia and Allegheny County. It's very important what we do in protecting the citizens and the environment from exposure
For sure.
to asbestos through oversight and management of the 500 or so licensed and certified professionals that my unit oversees.
Did you say 500?
Yes, there's about 500 licensed and certified asbestos professionals in the city that we oversee, from contractors to laboratories to building inspectors and air monitors associated with asbestos removal projects across the city. My unit receives around 1,500 asbestos and demolition notifications.
Wow.
We respond to citizen complaints. We currently have a staff of 2 inspectors and 1 supervisor for the entire city.
Did you say 2 inspectors?
Yes, 2 air pollution control inspectors and 1 supervisor, as well as myself, and some clerical staff. So we're a very small unit that has a tremendous burden in protecting public and environmental health. These fees have not changed since 2008, and the public actually has become very much more aware of air management and what we do through our outreach programs. As a result of that, there's been an increase in the number of complaints or concerns coming in from the public, all in an effort to prevent exposure to air pollution sources, including asbestos.
Okay. Well, in my role as chair of the City Council Committee on the Environment and Sustainability, let me say thank you, because this is important, good work for all the obvious reasons that we know. Thank you for
very
the work
much.
that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Squilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to also make one comment, is that I think the point of the education process has been so important, and the reason why we're getting more concerns and more complaints is that people are more aware of their surroundings, and we want to thank you for that also, because that leads to bills like this to enable us to make sure we're doing the right thing. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
And I'll just comment that the issue about demolition and all of the renovation that's going on in the city, which is great news for the city, of course, but it generates dust and it generates issues for neighbors to those renovations. So the dust regulation is an example of a new regulatory act that was implemented to respond to those neighbors' complaints and issues. So we're enthusiastic about doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Is there anyone else here who would like to testify on this bill? Thank you very much. We'll now ask the clerk to read the title of Bill Number 181043.
181043, an ordinance authorizing the extension of the program authorized by Bill Number 150443, under which advance approval is given to the Philadelphia Facilities Management Corporation to enter into certain contracts and transactions arising thereunder for the purchase, storage, distribution, transportation, and/or transmission of natural and other gas supply on behalf of Philadelphia Gas Works, subject to certain terms and conditions.
Thank you. This is about PGW contract extension, and we ask Jamela McClendon, Executive Director of the Philadelphia Gas Commission, and Raymond Snyder, Senior Vice President of the Philadelphia Gas Works, to feel free to come forward to identify yourselves and begin your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Blackwell
Good morning.
and members of the committee. My name is Jamela McClendon, and I am the Executive Director of the Philadelphia Gas Commission. Today, joining me is Mr. Ray Snyder, as well as Benjamin Graff and Erica Patterson from PGW. The Commission appreciates the opportunity to testify in support of Bill Number 181043, which embodies the recommendations unanimously adopted at the Gas Commission's public meeting held on November 13th, 2018. We respectfully request that this bill be reported out of committee with a favorable recommendation, together with the suspension of the rules, so that it may have first reading at the next City Council session. Beginning in 2004, City Council has approved a series of ordinances which, for periods of 1, 2, or 4 years, has provided advance authorization to PGW and the Philadelphia Facilities Management Corporation to enter into certain gas purchase contracts subject to various terms and conditions. These ordinances have enabled PGW to secure the necessary gas supply for its customers, while recognizing that PGW's recovery of the associated natural gas expense is subject to the review and approval of the Pennsylvania Public Utilities Commission. At the same time, these ordinances have imposed appropriate limitations and reporting and disclosure requirements to foster accountability to PGW's ratepayers and city stakeholders. The Gas Commission believes that the proposed ordinance will continue to attain the desired balance between providing PGW and PFMC with the necessary flexibility to operate within the current market conditions and purchase low-cost natural gas supply consistent with its portfolio approach, and ensuring the appropriate accountability to City Council, the Gas Commission, and the Law Department through the ordinance's reporting requirements and the careful monitoring undertaken by the Gas Commission. The pre-approval framework enables PGW to purchase gas supply through the use of standard gas industry contracts, referred to as North American Energy Standard Board-based contracts. It gives PGW only limited authority to materially revise the standard industry contract terms through the addition of special provisions, and mandates the inclusion of language that ensures PGW revenues are the only allowable source of payments under the contracts. When it notified City Council and the Gas Commission in 2018 of its intent to seek a further extension of the authorized program, PGW reiterated that it has been very pleased with the way the program has operated and wants to continue the program for an additional 4-year period ending in August 31st, 2024. However, when it filed its formal petition with the Gas Commission, PGW proposed various changes to it, which the Commission has fully considered. The Gas Commission ultimately concurred with PGW that the current framework has generally proved to be an effective means of effectuating the management agreement and ordinance's requirements, but it also concurs with PGW that the requested changes will improve the functionality of the ordinance going forward while maintaining the Commission and City Council's oversight over the authorized program. One change requested by PGW related to the fact that under prior iterations of the authorized program, delivery of services under the contracts entered into pursuant to the ordinance had to be taken before August 31st of the year after the expiration of the then current ordinance. According to PGW, this provision effectively reduced the number of years in which PGW could contract for gas services as the term of the ordinance progressed. The Commission felt that PGW's concerns in this area were legitimate, and after consulting with the City Solicitor's Office, the Commission and PGW were able to draft language, the language currently found in Bill Number 181043, which will allow PGW to take full advantage of its ability to enter into 4-year contracts throughout the life of the authorized program without materially altering the program itself. PGW also requested that it be granted the ability to enter into what are commonly referred to as prepaid gas contracts. The term prepaid is misleading in that PGW would not be able to pre-purchase gas under these contracts. Instead, pursuant to the provisions of the Energy Policy Act of 2005, governmental purchasers of natural gas, including municipal purchasers, are able to enter into multi-year gas purchasing contracts that utilize tax-exempt financing so as to receive gas prices lower than those available on the open market. Gas purchase contracts under the Act range in length from 5 years to 30 years. In order for PGW to participate in such contracts and take advantage of the cost savings under them to the benefits of its ratepayers, PGW would need to have the ability to enter into gas purchasing contracts in excess of the 4 years currently allowed under the authorized program. Such prepaid gas purchasing contracts were last considered by PGW in 2007, and at that time, the city solicitor determined that so long as the authority with which PGW sought to contract was one that has similar characteristics to an authority established under Commonwealth of Pennsylvania law, such long-term gas purchase contracts were permissible under the Home Rule Charter. Given the solicitor's opinion that such long-term contracts are permissible, the Commission felt it was prudent to allow PGW to enter into these cost-saving contracts, and in conjunction with PGW and the City Solicitor's Office, crafted the language currently found in Bill Number 181043 permitting such arrangements. Finally, PGW requested additional revisions to the authorized program, which would have the effect of streamlining and clarifying the compliance monitoring process. The Commission had no objections to those revisions. As detailed in the written testimony that I have submitted previously before this body, the Commission respectfully recommends that Council approve Bill Number 181043. And on behalf of the Philadelphia Gas Commissioners, I thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony and would be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councilwoman Reynolds Brown?
Good afternoon.
Is there a subcommittee on PGW that deals with renewable energy?
With the Gas Commission at this point, no, but it is my understanding that they are beginning to look at, Councilman Green is beginning to look at bringing something forward before this body, before City Council, to begin looking at those issues.
What percentage of your portfolio is currently renewable energy?
Mr. Snyder would best be able to answer that question, I believe.
Yes, currently our gas portfolio consists of a supply that represents about up to 7 or 8% from MBEs and DBEs.
Okay, I heard no part of your last answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, of your last, back end of your response. Repeat the entire answer.
Yeah, our current portfolio consists of about up to 7 to 8% of our supply from DBE and WBE suppliers.
Okay, is that
I'm sorry.
Before we get to that,
I didn't hear the question correctly.
Is that an improvement over, how long have you been there?
How long have I been at PGW?
Yes.
30 years.
Oh, my. Okay. So would that be considered an improvement? You said 6 to 7%?
7 to 8%.
7 to 8%?
Yeah, that's a very big improvement over previous years. That is correct, yes.
Okay. But the question, however, was what percentage of the portfolio is renewable energy?
Currently, none.
Can you help me understand why, given the new world order of climate change and cities wanting to be responsible when it comes to that type of issue? We have the Energy Authority that focuses on this 9 days a week. So help me understand why there's currently nothing in your portfolio that speaks to renewable energy.
Well, right now, we do have to look at least cost procurement policies. So,
okay.
When we look at what we buy, it does have to be least cost. But with respect to that, we are looking at options and where we can to purchase renewable gas.
And when you, so it's because you're contract bound at this time that the answer is zero for in terms of having a portfolio with renewable energy?
Correct.
And when you say we're looking at that, what does that mean? That persons have been identified to create a subcommittee, there's a study group, there's a task force, what does that mean?
Yeah, that means our gas acquisition group is constantly looking at it. You know, we're always looking at options and alternatives to see what we can do to get that number above zero.
Okay. Well, I'm pleased to hear that Councilman Green plans on bringing a proposal, some discussion to City Council for us to look at that more closely. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Council President, would you like to comment?
No, Councilwoman, I was actually here for the next bill, the KOZ bill. But so I thought
That's all right. You're the president.
They told me that
we
were running out of seats, so I came in here. But real quick though, I did in reference to the Councilwoman's question about the renewable issue. As I did have a conversation with Councilman Green, and he told me about some limitations with respects to being able to use revenues generated by ratepayers in terms of what you can spend it on. There is some legal issues around that, but he did tell me that there was a very significant strategy to allow renewable fuels and other types of opportunities in PGW. And I think during the LNG conversation, there will be a much broader conversation about that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to testify with regard to this bill? Thank you. Thank you. Then we'll move forward with our KOZ bill, and that is Bill number 180935, and we'll ask the clerk to read the title of the bill.
180935, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-3200 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Keystone Opportunity Zone, Economic Development District, and Strategic Development Area by requiring that applications for zone designation include opportunity plans that provide for apprenticeship and other work opportunities for students enrolled in the school district career and technical education programs, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with Deputy Director, Commerce, Dwayne Baum, and we have many people to testify. Matt Stafford, Business Agent for the Bricklayers Union, Melanie McCautry, Board Member for Youth Build. After that, we have Jihad Ali, if he is here. We know him from leading in the community. Anthony Fuller, which, are you for this bill or for the tobacco one? And Anthony Fuller, so all of you can come forward, those of you who are here, and sit inside the gate, and we will keep our testimony moving. I did see Jihad Ali, I see him, and I did see Anthony Fuller, so come right in and sit in the black chairs behind the witness table. Thank you very much. We welcome you, ask you to make your testimony and identify yourself for the record. Mr. President, would you like to testify first? Absolutely. This is President Darrell Clark's bill, and we recognize him for comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And good morning. Still morning. Good morning. Thank you, members of the committee. I just briefly want to say that this is legislation that came about as a result of broader conversation around tax incentives. As you know, you've seen a series of stories in the paper about tax incentive programs that are given quite lucrative, KOZs, tax abatement. It was actually a story, I believe, the councilwoman texted me yesterday about a story in the paper about how much money the school district is losing as a result of some of our tax abatement and tax incentive policies. So the simple reality is that a lot of these are obviously authorized by the state and some as of right. But we thought it was prudent and that we, the city, wherever possible, require or strongly encourage that some of those entities or developers or people who are applicants of some of these particular tax exemptions and tax, I don't want to use the term giveaways because that'll be a little too charged, but bottom line is that there needs to be some give back. So during the most recent KOZ proposal that went through Commerce, and we have been talking with Dwayne and the folks at Commerce about that, we felt that a number of those locations and a number of those businesses could, in fact, create an environment that could be advantageous to the citizens of the city of Philadelphia. And we were actually somewhat pleased at a number of the potential, because I know nobody's been approved in terms of the finalization of their particular proposal, that there was significant support for creating an environment where anyone getting being in a Keystone Opportunity Zone would be prepared to do some things as it relates to supporting, in this particular case, young people in the Philadelphia School District and other school districts in the city of Philadelphia for CTE or similar types of program. So this legislation was crafted with that in mind, and after significant conversation with those potential operators in the KOZs to make sure that they present opportunities for the people that live here in the city of Philadelphia, and they get those awesome opportunities. And so this legislation was done for that purpose. I know there's been some discussion with respect to the law department about our ability as a municipality in terms of how much we can actually require. There may be a little different perspective between the law department and the City Council of Philadelphia, but at the end of the day, this city council and the city council before them, we believe that if we didn't push the envelope, a whole lot of things would have never happened. So with that in mind, we will have, I believe, some good testimony by some of the individuals who come in to support this particular bill. And I'm just asking my colleagues and members that if we can move forward on this legislation, and if there are any issues with respect to any state requirements / mandates or limitations, that we can address that at that time. But this is clearly something that we need to do. No time better than now to ensure that at the end of the CTE process, when these young people go to school, they learn, they get a skill. If you don't have, at the end of the day, a job or a career for those individuals, they will have felt that they have wasted their time, and that's the worst thing that we can do as a city. So with that, thank you. I want to thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are very, very excited because we need this legislation for KOZs and for every private or institutional work that they need, where our support is needed, from zoning to everything. We're very excited about this bill and certainly look forward to hearing this testimony. Again, thank you for being here. Please identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Good morning, Councilwoman Blackwell and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Dwayne Bum. I am the Senior Deputy Director for Business Development with the Commerce Department. I am here this morning to offer testimony regarding Bill number 180935, which would compel businesses located in a Keystone Opportunity Zone to agree to opportunity plans that require those businesses to provide for apprenticeship and other work opportunities for students enrolled in school district career and technical education programs. The Keystone Opportunity Zone program is a state program created in 1999 to stimulate development on vacant or underutilized parcels of land. Through this program, both local and state taxes are waived for a period of 10 years. Since the program was launched by the Commonwealth, the City of Philadelphia has applied for and received Keystone Opportunity Zone designations numerous times with the authorization of City Council and the School District of Philadelphia. This has allowed the city to spur economic development and attract businesses that may not otherwise choose to develop or locate in Philadelphia, and has generated hundreds of millions of dollars in private investment and more than 10,000 local jobs in our city. Further, for all KOZ parcels, The city requires the private owner to make a payment in lieu of taxes, also known as a pilot, in the amount of 110% of what otherwise would have been the real estate tax liability for the property in its current condition. The pilot payment is allocated to the school district and the general fund in the same proportion as real estate tax revenues. In reviewing Bill number 180935, we sought the opinion from the city's law department regarding the city's legal authority to impose conditions on the state's Keystone Opportunity Zone program. We have shared with council the opinion provided to the Commerce Department, which states that this bill, if it were to be enacted, is outside the council's power to enact. Indeed, imposition of the contemplated requirements on KOZ-related businesses is outside the administration's authority as well, as the General Assembly has established a carefully designed and defined program of rights and responsibilities with respect to KOZ-related businesses and local governments, and the city lacks the authority to deviate therefrom or to add enhancements thereto. While the Department of Commerce is clear that it does not want to create processes or conditions that would put the city's existing and future KOZ status at risk, we do share the goal of creating more internship, apprenticeship, and workplace experiences for young people. Indeed, the city's workforce strategy, Fueling the Talent Engine, sets a goal of connecting all Philadelphia public school students to a high-quality work experience before graduation to prepare them for college and career. In the spirit of finding a lawful means of meeting this shared goal, the Commerce Department is prepared to develop a one-page survey regarding potential internships and career exposure opportunities that we would then distribute to beneficiaries of any incentive, including KOZ, to gauge interest in providing opportunities to middle and high school students enrolled in the School District of Philadelphia. Beneficiaries would be asked to fill out this voluntary form when they complete their annual self-reporting survey. We are also considering utilizing this voluntary survey in association with other programs and partners. We thank Council for your advocacy and partnership in these important areas of economic development and workforce development, and look forward to continued collaboration. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So we assume that programs that may not now be in existence, like Pen Assist, which is a new program we started last year, one that we want to begin with Brandywine and Drug, so that all educational CTE, CAP programs, all educational programs can be included in this program, in this bill. We assume that you support that.
We support encouraging the links to education for all job opportunities that are that receive some public assistance, yes.
Thank you very much. President Darrell Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, sir. So this is my concern, all right. When the enactment or the authorization of the last KOZs, there was significant concerns raised by the school district, primarily focused around revenue and therefore the lack of revenue from businesses moving in and having a 10-year exemption. And there was also issues with respects to concerns raised about opportunities. And City Council, we moved ahead based on folks from the administration lobbying us to move forward. And you did not prepare or suggest that you were going to prepare any document that would show an alternative strategy for creating opportunities for young people. So City Council now introduces an ordinance, right, that clearly defines what it is we would like to see as it relates to opportunities for young people. And now I'm hearing you testify today that you're prepared to introduce a one-page document that reflects the commitment for young people as a result of a program. And this continues to be my concern, that we don't see a proactive approach to ensuring that young people and City of Philadelphia residents have these opportunities until you, and I hate to use the term pushed or prodded by this council, in terms of legislation. So again, as I said earlier, this council will continue to push the envelope in terms of making sure that there's some equity as it relates to tax revenue, because this is taxpayers' money that we're giving to developers and other entities in these KOZs, that at the end of the day, people in these neighborhoods and people in the city of Philadelphia benefit. All right, so now we hear that you now want to do something with respect to ensuring some opportunity. So again, I'm going to ask, if in fact we can proceed, and maybe you'll come up with even more as this bill moves down the path to ultimate passage, all right? All right, so I'm just concerned about how this thing functions. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Councilwoman Reynolds Brown?
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Too often we are informed about why something is not doable. Let's look at the glass as half full instead of half empty. On the meetings, or in the meetings that you and your colleagues have in your department, is there ever any topic, discussion, conversation about why we as a city need to do better when it comes to ensuring that young people have job opportunities at the end of these CTE careers? Has that ever been on the agenda at any time over the last 18 years?
Councilwoman, workforce training and career development for young people is central to economic development. It is always part of the discussion and agenda. I would note that earlier this year, the administration created the Office of Workforce Development specifically to make sure we were making the connection between young people coming out of school and their career and college opportunities. And that office, which is physically located with the Commerce Department, but also reports through the Managing Director's office to make sure that we are fully coordinated on that, is, I think, a good example of the seriousness that we also believe that this issue requires.
That's an important new development. That, in my view, should not preclude leadership in departments making the future of young people a priority, as well as the overall mission of the department. So the two, for me, are not mutually exclusive. And so, to my question, is that an agenda item for all the work that Commerce does? I mean, are there entrepreneurial programs for young people on business cards or the like? Because I think ultimately we have to think outside the box and be very innovative intentionally if we're serious about making a difference for young people.
Right, we agree with you, and again, the head of this new Office of Workforce Development actually sits in the sort of leadership group under the Commerce Director, and so is in every meeting that we have on policy across the board, whether it's neighborhood economic development, Office of Economic Opportunity, or major business attraction. It is across the board. That person is at the table for those discussions.
How often do you all meet?
Weekly.
Okay. So that's a new development where we can expect to see some tangible evidence that as a result of that office being at the table, we can see the numbers uptick, if you will, with young people being in CTE programs or related commerce, business-driven entrepreneur opportunities. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, then thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Councilman Dom?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good morning. Just a thought or an idea, since we're now in control of the school district and we have KOZs, maybe what we should be doing, and we can't do it today, but we should have this conversation with the school district, like the Navy Yard and the KOZ by University City as examples. We should build a high school in the Navy Yard, okay? And that high school should be geared towards probably technology, okay? And though we should get approval from the state to allow students in 9th to 12th grades to work 1 day a week in jobs down at the Navy Yard. And that should go on so that they can get hired either afterwards or get the work experience. We should do the same thing out at University City. And since we're in control of the school district now, that model should be duplicated wherever we can, where we have big work areas that usually are around KOZs. And the best example is Cristo Rey. You know about Cristo Rey. We know it's a success.
Yes.
You know that comes from families who make less than $35,000 a year with 4 children, where many of them don't have moms or dads, or don't have even grandmothers to take care of them, where they're working 1 day a week in a job. They get no city, state, or federal money. Yet 92% of the kids graduated high school, and 100% last year went on to college. So we know this works. We just have to implement it. So my question is, will Commerce be willing to sit down with the school district and its council administration to discuss building a technology-type high school in the Navy Yard along with University City when we have these KOZs? Because we don't have to force it. It'll happen automatically if we have them 1 day a week working in these jobs.
Yeah, we are happy to be a part of those conversations, whether it's at the Navy Yard or anywhere else in the city where connection between education and career opportunity could sort of be matched, whether it's KOZ or not. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilman. Other questions or comments? Council President Darrell Clark.
Sorry, Madam Chair. This is why I don't come into these hearings, because you guys get me a little ramped up and start pulling out documents. So, Mr. Bone, in the KOZ application, and I'm trying to figure out, in the statute, Harrisburg statute, state statute, one of the criteria, it says in number 8, proposals to implement educational opportunities and improvements, right? This is the state. Number 10, proposals to establish and link job creation and job training. So the bill that we are proposing here today does just that. So I don't understand how this is not within our jurisdiction if the state statute that creates the criteria for KOZ applicants. Explain to me why this is not something that should be in here.
Yeah, Council President, the question that you're raising here is one that was brought to our attention, I think, by your office earlier this year as we were going through this application process, and before we were,
way back when, before we even approved it, right?
I think August.
Yeah.
That's right. And so we did go back to the state to sort of seek direction, because the application guidelines you're referring to speak to what must be in the application that the state receives for the state to consider and approve an application for KOZ. And we were, and our counterparts at the Department of Community and Economic Development, who administer the program, referred to their lawyers, and the response we got back was that that was a requirement under the program, specifically in the early years, but it was excluded. The KOZ program, we've had many, many iterations of it since 1999, and each time there is a new iteration of the program, we tend to apply for some of the benefits under that newly stated program. About 8 years ago, that particular requirement was excluded.
So why is it in this bill that was passed?
It's still sitting in the state legislation, but subsequent state amendments to that legislation, which refined what the requirements were for, basically sort of made the requirement much broader, and sort of said that the application needed to be whatever the Department of Community and Economic Development asked us to submit, because all we can do is submit an application. It's the state that has to decide, did you give us everything we asked for? And they said, you have given us everything we've asked for. So
you're confusing me, and I'm sorry to my colleagues in the committee, because I know after this question I'm going to get up and leave, and you all still have to sit here. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I don't understand it. I got a KOZ application that you asked us to approve. We approved. And it says in here, there's language that the applicant are required to do certain things. So did you ask the applicant to have that in here? Was there a proposal to implement an educational opportunity plan?
The city is the applicant. And so the question would be, does the city have to provide an opportunity plan?
So did we?
We were not required to. We specifically asked the state.
How does this say that you're prohibited from doing that?
We submitted to the state in our application every document that they required in our application. And we did go back to confirm, does the state also require that we submit an opportunity plan? And the answer was no. They did not require it.
But they do not prohibit you from doing that. So,
that's right. That's right. We could
yeah,
submit.
so if they don't prohibit you from doing that, why wouldn't you put it in the plan? I'm trying to understand it. We're looking out for our citizens. So if they're telling me it's okay, all right, we're not prohibiting you from asking for an opportunity plan, then why wouldn't we include that in our application process? I'm trying to understand that. If this, as you said in your earlier testimony, this is a significant issue that we want to deal with. I mean, I'm trying to understand it.
Right, but all I can sort of say is it wasn't part of our application because the state confirmed that it wasn't a required part of the application, and so.
But it's not. But they also tell you it's not prohibited.
Right, they don't prohibit us from providing additional information in our application.
Okay. All right. I said we're gonna go around and around the mulberry bush on this one. All right. But for the record, the state said it's not required, but it's not prohibited from us asking for this information in the application.
Again, the state doesn't prohibit us from offering our opportunity plan. We're the applicant.
So what is our opportunity plan?
The opportunity plan, we weren't required to submit an opportunity plan, therefore we didn't. But it would have sort of said what we will do to sort of encourage students in CTE programs and others to get jobs. And again,
was that included in the application? You're saying we're the applicant. Was that plan included in the application?
It was not, because, no.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bass?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to really follow up on the Council President's questions because, and not really with a question, but from the responses with a statement. And the statement is that we did not submit an opportunity plan because that is not our priority. That is not a priority. If it was a priority, it would have been done. If this was important to the administration, to the City of Philadelphia, it would have been done. It should have been done. It is absolutely unacceptable from a department that knows that we have problems with diversity and inclusion, that we know that this is a problem. So to not have submitted it because we were not required to is completely just an unacceptable answer. So I just wanted to add that in. I'm not looking for a response because I heard the back and forth with the Council President, and it's just going round and round and round. But there is no excuse as to why we did not offer an opportunity plan. Even if we were not required to do it, we should have done it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you as well. More questions or comments? Thank you very much. Chair now calls on Jihad Ali and Anthony Fullard to come forward to begin their testimony. I'm sorry, did I ignore you? Did you want to make testimony, either of you at the witness table? Please.
Good morning, Chairwoman Blackwell and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Melanie McCautry. I'm here today as a representative of the board of Youth Build Philadelphia Charter School. Youth Build Philadelphia Charter School is highly supportive of Bill number 180935. We recognize tremendous value in requiring contractors working on Keystone Opportunity Zone projects to describe their commitment to and capacity for sponsoring students enrolled in CTE building trade programs. We believe this would include CTE building trade programs across the school district of Philadelphia, including a range of traditional comprehensive high schools, alternative schools, and charter schools. Youth Build Philadelphia and many quality training programs in schools across the city empower young people with foundational skills, technical training, and intensive personal support to prepare for successful career pathways in the building trades. Unfortunately, not all these young people are consistently connected to high-quality career opportunities in the building trades. We believe it is reasonable and appropriate to provide apprenticeship opportunities with young people working toward career pathways in the building trades. Youth Build and other schools across the district have begun to build partnerships with area unions to provide a mix of classroom and practical skills training opportunities essential for young people to enter and succeed in the building trades. But there is certainly more work that can be done to increase access. We believe this bill helps to further address that need. We strongly support this bill to create additional momentum to forge deeper commitments for career pathways in the building trades for young people who most deserve the opportunity. Youth Build Philadelphia understands that talent is spread equally across our great city. Unfortunately, opportunity is yet to spread equivalently. This bill represents a positive step toward closing this opportunity gap facing our city. Thank you.
Thank you, and we thank Youth Build for what it does. We do have one of your former leaders with us, and we agree about its importance for training and for young people being employed. Thank you. Would you like to testify? Feel free to identify yourself and begin.
Good morning. My name is Matt Stafford, and I am a field representative with the Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers Union. We are more than just bricklayers. The Allied Craft Workers are bricklayers, stonemasons, tile and marble setters, and masonry restoration workers. I'm glad to be here today to be able to talk to you about apprenticeships and internships and how important they are to the workforce. I think a good way to talk about this subject is to quickly tell you of my own story. I was born and raised here in Philadelphia, and in my junior and senior years of high school, I had the opportunity to attend the Philadelphia Vocational School. I took masonry and VOTEC and immediately fell in love with the work. At the end of my senior year, I won a skills competition, and an award was given by the Bricklayers Union, and that's how I was introduced to the apprenticeship program. I wasn't very interested in college, and at the time, it wasn't a viable option for my family. I served a 4-year apprenticeship where I learned all the aspects of masonry construction. I graduated from the program not only debt-free, but making a livable wage with health insurance and a retirement account. I rose through the ranks to journeyman, building layout foreman, and now field rep. Through hard work, I was able to start and provide for a family. When I was an apprentice, the masons that I worked alongside of taught me more than how to spread mortar and square up a building. They taught me how to be a husband, a father, a productive citizen, and a gentleman tradesman. That is the bigger picture of apprenticeships. It's the current generation teaching the next and passing down the crafts and skills needed for the future. Apprenticeship programs provide necessary on-the-job training opportunities for young people seeking career options in the bricklayers and other trade unions. The job sites in our area should look like the communities that the buildings are built in. Building owners who receive considerable tax forgivenesses should be required to offer the opportunities to area residents to earn while they learn. Apprenticeships are a proven model that integrates on-the-job training and classroom learning. From day one, an apprentice is a paid employee developing valuable skills while adding productive value on the job. The Bricklayers Union has connected with organizations such as the Philadelphia School District, Job Corps, and the Youth Build Charter School to be on the receiving end of a conduit of young people looking for the chance to build America. Labor is a thread in the fabric of the community. Let's make sure that the fabric stays strong by supporting qualified apprenticeship programs. Let's join together to give young folks great opportunities while giving the taxpayers the satisfaction that their dollars are incorporated in this good work. Feel free to contact me for more information, and I'm always looking to show off our training facility and to show off our apprentices. Thank you for your time and for your interest in this matter.
Thank you. Thank you. Anthony Fullard and then Jihad Ali. Hold on one moment, I'm sorry. Councilman Dom had questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First of all, I'm a big fan of Youth Build. You do a great job. Thank you. And I'm very happy to hear that you're using Youth Build. I guess my question for Youth Build is, do you need more opportunities for the people in Youth Build right now?
Any more opportunities?
Yes. Like, do you need more? Like, I hear the Bricklayers Union is cooperating. Is every union cooperating with you, or are there some unions that are not?
We certainly could have more cooperation.
And so, is the Bricklayers Union that's here today, are they one of the more cooperative ones?
Yeah, they certainly are, yes.
Is there anything that you could do, sir, to help us with the other unions to get more cooperation?
Absolutely. In the summer was the first time I was introduced to Youth Build, and I said, why didn't we know this long ago? So, same thing, we need to spread this good word to the other trade unions in the area, to let them know that this source of people that are interested in construction work is available, because that's very important. You have to want to do construction work. Construction work is not easy work. Working outdoors in elements and doing hard, heavy labor is not for everybody. So to have a group of people that already have it in their mind that they want to do this work is invaluable to us.
So is it possible, not to put you on the spot, but I'll do it anyway, is it possible to have a meeting at Youth Build with 8, 9, or 10 different unions in the next few weeks to get them engaged, to actually have more of our people at Youth Build working in the field?
I think it'd be definitely doable. Yep. We had a group from Youth Build come to our facility and take a tour, and I think that all the apprenticeship programs, the other trade unions, should set up a similar walkthrough so that these young people can decide which type of work is better for them. Not everybody wants to be a bricklayer.
Right.
Other people may want to look at the other trades.
So can you coordinate together? And I'd like to be present, maybe some of my colleagues like to be there, but I'd like to know when that's going to happen. And in the next few weeks, I know Christmas is coming up, but in the next few weeks, either before or after, let's have that happen, because this is too important not to happen.
We will do that, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Parker?
Thank you for your courtesy, Madam Chair. Want to say a special thanks to the two representatives who are here, Matt Stafford from the Bricklayers and Melanie from Youth Build, because you all are not new to this effort to help to bring more Philadelphians into this process of benefiting from the economic prowess and growth that we see bustling in neighborhoods across the city of Philadelphia. But when our children and residents see this development taking place and don't see people who look like them or come from their neighborhoods who are benefiting from that economic prowess, it's very frustrating. So I want to say a special thank you to you. Mr. President, I want you to just, if you would affirm for me, what was that number you gave me, Mr. President? You were just sharing with Councilwoman Reynolds Brown and I about how many young people was it?
Yeah, and I hope I'm correct. My understanding that in conversations with our tech staff that you guys in a program of like 19 young people from the CTO. What is the number, Christmas? All right, I hope I'm not. It was a lot. All right, 73. All right, CTE. And I know we just had worked with the bricklayers. We have a. And there's a number of. Not sure the number. I threw the number. 19 is the number.
No, but Mr. President, the point of information that I wanted to get on the record was that you affirmed for us that this Bricklayers Union had taken advantage of the opportunity to use our talent pool of our young people from the school district of Philadelphia and found a way to make space for them
Right.
in their apprenticeship program.
Correct.
And listen, usually what we see when we see unions coming before this council, listen, we raising Cain.
Yep.
We're raising Cain because we're wanting you to do more. We're asking you to do more. And you are here today, and you have a third-party independent verifier affirming what you've done. And Mr. President, did we do it via legislation, or how'd that happen?
Actually, the reason, actually, Dennis came to me and when we were discussing rebuild, and we were going back and forth with the administration, and Dennis Pagliata, who's the head of the Building Trades Union for the bricklayers, came to my office, asked for a meeting, and came and sat down and talked about all the things they do, and they proactively said, we'd like to get some of the young people engaged. So I didn't go to them, they came to us. So they were very serious about that, and as a result of that, this relationship was formed, and they're doing what it is they said.
Well, I just want to state for the record that, one, I want to thank you and the leadership of the bricklayers for what the president laid out that you proactively did. I want to thank you, Councilman Dom, for putting on the record your interest in seeing labor come together. But I want to note for the record that as chair of City Council's Committee on Labor and Civil Service, we will coordinate an effort relative to this legislation that we have here, our Committee on Labor and Civil Service, and we will contact you and all members of the building trades along with Youth Bill, and we just won't relegate this to Youth Bill in the school district of Philadelphia, but we have other independent groups that you heard Councilwoman Blackwell mention relative to CAP. That's the Construction Apprenticeship Program, and we have another one called First Builders. And so what I think we've just described is that there is a need for us to be in a room. Everyone to be in a room together, and we will make sure that the school district, along with these independent programs, and every member of the building trades, along with our carpenters, Mountain Plus Lakes union, that they will also be a part of it. So you'll be getting something from the Committee on Labor and Civil Service, and Mr. President and members of this committee and Madam Chair know that we will keep all members informed about that, and we will make sure that you are a part of it.
Thank you very much. This is a long time coming, so important. And as we said, we want it in Keystone Opportunity Zones, but we want it throughout all development in our city, and we look forward to hearing it through your committee, Councilwoman Parker. Councilwoman Reynolds Brown?
Good afternoon. So I need to say to you that my heart right now is very, 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 very happy. It is the first time in 18 years where I have listened to a union leader, labor leader, speak so eloquently about what we fight about on the city council 9 days a week, 72 hours a day. To hear you say that young people should reflect the community where they come from, we're reading from the same sheet of music. So I must thank you for your leadership, of you and those at your table, for leading by example, because you too see the glass as half full. And the notion that your arm did not have to be twisted, legislation didn't inspire you to do the right thing. As long as we are sending more young people to up in the Northeast and not graduating from our schools in the way that we would like to see our taxpayers' dollars spent, then we have to do something differently. So I need to say thank you. Your quote, young people should be able to earn while they learn, you're absolutely right. Because then they know that they have a semblance of hope for once they complete all of those credits. I am very, very, very grateful to hear your commitment to young people and doing intentionally, because this didn't happen organically, or maybe it did, intentionally hearing President Clark's appeal that we need to take what you do and clone it for however many building trade unions there are, we need to clone that many times. Thank you so very, 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 very much for leading by example.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We note that Councilman Bob Heaton, our Vice Chair, is also here today. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? All right, then we will ask Anthony Fuller and Jihad Ali to testify. Is there anyone else here who would like to testify on this bill?
Hey, what's up?
Thank you very much.
What's up?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, I was asked to go first. So, my name is Anthony Fullard. I represent AJR in Endeavors and also West Powellton Development Company. And I'm really here to speak on a developer's perspective to support Bill 180935. And I mean, I've been in these chambers for a very long time, hearing and seeing this argument for many, many years. So hopefully we can get it right, and that the economic development that will come out of the KOZ zone, that we can begin to have apprentices gainfully employed finally within our city. And I also was very happy to hear, or I was very happy not to hear the term pre-apprentice. I've heard just the word apprentice, meaning that they will be already in the union. And that's what, and so I'm just here to make 3 points, and then I could pass this over to Jihad, who also has been in this fight for a very long time. The apprenticeship and the interns with contractors are important and necessary on-the-job training opportunities for young people seeking career opportunities in the building trades. I can speak directly to that because I was an iron worker. I was a union iron worker. That's where I started my career as a union iron worker, and then was able to parlay those skills into owning my own steel business for about 12 years in the city of Philadelphia. I built a number of buildings around the city, and then was able to parlay that into other skill sets as relates to advocacy with the African American Chamber of Commerce, and then now to be able to develop and to build within our neighborhoods. Second point is, it is a reasonable and a appropriate to require project owners, which would be represent me, who are enjoying considerable tax forgiveness, to require their contractors to provide apprenticeship opportunities to young people aspiring to be in the building trades. I mean, I support that 100%. We, again, for the first time, to hear a union, trade union, to come into these chambers and speak as proactively as the bricklayer representative is a very good start. We definitely have a number of African American and Hispanic and other people of color that are standing in the line looking for those opportunities. But what was really refreshing to my ears, and if we can underline that, especially as we move into this KOZ zone development, is that when the representative said that when he was an apprentice, that he was able to get a skill set, get a trade, and did not have to go into debt. He did not have to get and receive training for 4 years or either 5 years, graduate, and would not be in debt for, half his life, and then to be gainfully employed, to be able to have insurance, and to be able to be a homeowner, I think is a very important point that we need to focus on. And then my last point, the Bricklayers Union is partnering with the school district and Youth Build Charter School to provide classroom practical training on the job. Contractors is indispensable part of helping young people become building trades and professionals. Again, this is not new to this effort. I mean, we've done this city council president, I think back in 2004, when all of the economic development was going on with the schools that were being built around the city, and where that there was a commitment, not only from the bricklayers, but from a laundry list of unions that had signed on to hire young men and women to be a part of the building trades on these projects that were graduating from the Philadelphia School District. This is nothing new. I mean, this is something that we've talked about and that we have been advocating going back to 2003, 2004. So to bring that back to the table again, I think we should do this. But Councilman Dom, you had said, I've served on the board of Youth Build for over 9 years, and the building trades and the name Youth Build is not new. We've advocated with the carpenters, we've advocated with the glazers, we've advocated with the fitters and a number of the other tradesmen, because Youth Build has been out there working on housing development projects for a very, very long time. And so this is nothing new to them about Youth Build. Youth Build has been around for over 25 years in this city, but has really came I would think, to the forefront within the school district because of the success of the program. But it hasn't been that successful lately as related to their building trade or their construction program because of not a number of projects for their students to work on the job training. They need more of those types of programs. We need more of this development for them. And then because Youth Build vets those students, and they do have a number of those students that have signed on to the building trades through their vetting process. So it's not that they are trying to introduce the building trades to these students. These students have already made a decision that they want to be in this construction trade industry, So, again, and I don't want to belabor the point, but, there is some redundancy that has already happened before the city council. This city council has already advocated for the students at the Philadelphia School District, especially 12th graders at that time, to be able to receive membership as an apprentice in the building trades. And so hopefully that we can really make this happen, through this new bill with the development of the KOZ zoning, and right now the two the development companies that I represent, and we are very proud of our projects that are in City Councilwoman Blackwell's district, there, where we have a very large presence of African Americans doing work and not labor work. We have a electrical company, mechanical company, doing all of the bricklaying work, and all of that was done by African American local individuals that live here in this city. And so if we get the opportunity to do any development on those KOZ zones, we will definitely implement this program. Definitely. Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you for the work you've been doing in Patton Village, and thank you for what you're doing on Osage Pine. Many of you know those blocks from when you hear about MOVE. Thank you for the wonderful work you're doing there.
Thank you, Councilman.
Jihad Ali.
Good afternoon. I don't know what time it is. Good morning. Good afternoon. But my name is Jihad Ali. I'm here to give testimony this morning regarding Bill 180935, which compels this business located in Keystone Opportunity Zones to agree to the opportunity plans as outlined into this bill. I do want to say to Anthony, we have been around a long time, and we were two of the founders of the Contractors Roundtable. I can't even remember how long ago we started that, but we've been fighting this fight for a long time. I've heard about all the good things that Anthony's doing out in Cobbs Creek Parkway. But I wanted to start with some of the testimony that was before, because I really was confused when I heard the representative from Commerce speak, because he really talked about, he couldn't really explain what his position was. And I'm a firm believer, if you can't explain it, you don't know what you're talking about. And I don't mean that in any disrespect, but this is a serious matter, because our young people of all races, lives are at stake, and they're shut out of an industry. And the industry that they're shut out is the union industry, not construction, because they can go to a vocational school, like the representative from the building trades indicated. He went to a vocational school. But, I'm a little bit more experienced in this field, so I hear different things when people talk because I have so much time in it. But when he spoke, he said that he won a scholarship and he got an award from the union. So it implies that the union sponsored that school, right? Because they typically are not giving awards out to any other programs that the school district has. So, but furthermore, he went on to say, he talked about apprentice programs. We all agree to apprentice programs, but we're here today about the CTE program. That's what I really did. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he was here to support this bill, but he didn't say that. We're here today to hear these words. He said that he supports apprentice programs. Well, we all do it, and all those union guys do. What they don't support is CTE kids coming into that program. And just for the audience will know what CTE, Career Technical Education Programs, are programs that young people in the Philadelphia School District, I think at the 9th grade, from 9th to the 12th, whatever their field of study they went, the school district offers opportunities. They receive classroom training for at the end of that period, they would have gotten 2,000 hours of classroom training. To be an apprentice in any union, you go in, you have to receive 1,444 hours over that course of that period of 4 years, but you get on-the-job training. Because think about it. If you're in a union, you're working 5 days a week. 1 day a week, you're going to school. We got kids in the CTE program, they're in school every day learning theory. There's theory to everything. Building a wall, cutting hair, baking, whatever, all the programs they have, HVAC, all that. So they get all that training. So the problem we really have with the unions is accepting that training that they have in the classrooms as an entry into the trade as a first-year apprentice or even a second-year apprentice, because they've already got 2,000 hours of theory. They just need some on-the-job training. And it wasn't until you, Councilwoman, put that program together along with the support of the council president. You put that program together called the Penn First. And I know because I'm also a representative of the Southwest Philadelphia District Services, and we have a board on the oversight board for the new hospital, which is $1.5 billion, a hospital being built at 34th and Spruce. If it was not for that program, there would be no young people in that job. People that were in apprentice programs, like the speaker talked about from the Bricklayers Union, he would come and he would have a job. In fact, we have an ongoing fight now about the ratio of blacks and other minorities in these trades. But it was not for that program, we wouldn't have 20 people in the first class in there. Now we're up to the second class. So this is an excellent program. And just like the council president said, listen, this power has to come from this committee. Because if you listen to the administration, what they really is saying, yeah, we want business in this city. We want to spend millions. We want to give you 10 years worth of free ride on taxes. But what we don't give a damn about is young people of all colors. We don't care about them because they are the sacrificial lamb to drive that economic growth. We're going to sacrifice them. Let them make out on their own. If they go out and kill one another, so what? We don't care because this city is moving forward. We got brand new buildings going up. We don't give a damn about that. So like the council president said, you have to be on the forefront. Look, they give us some stupid idea to tell us it's in the legislation. You can read it. It hasn't changed because it's still in the regulation. And then they tell us they don't do nothing. And then further, the added insult to it, they tell you that they didn't come up with nothing but a voluntary survey that they're going to give somebody. But then if you look at their past, this council passed Penn First years ago. Pen first on every project we're supposed to see Philadelphia. Look at the reports that's supposed to be given to council. They haven't done anything. So this administration has turned their back on young people, if you ask me, and it's this council that's standing up for them. Because all we get from them is talk, oh, we don't know, we can't do. For the unions, we have to be careful of what they say. First of all, when you're dealing with the unions, when you talk about that, the speaker that spoke, he's one individual talking on behalf of one local. In Philadelphia, we have regional organizations. Like Sherelle Parker talked about, we just had a consolidation of carpenters up to that's called Keystone Mountain Lakes. They go from the whole state of Pennsylvania all the way down to Virginia. 40,000 men and women. Now, how can you tell me that somebody from Virginia cares about the little Asian boy, the little black boy in Western North Philadelphia? How is that even possible? Because they're not even there, that's not even their body of people. That's not their constituency. So it's the constituency of this council that you're really fighting for. And we're really fighting for opportunities, because without this council, we're not going to have nothing. What we're really fighting for is the future. Because 4 years, look, in a minute, I'll be gone. I don't know why I'm the only one with gray hair, but in a minute, I'll be out here. But the young people, what we're fighting for right now, even on your program, we got people on 4-year journeys. They're already on their second year of their 4-year journey. We keep this up, we'll have people. But it's really through the efforts of this council we can make a difference. This is an excellent bill. All the points are excellent. Anthony talked about, as a developer, because I did wonder, on section B where it has owner, does that include developer? Because I really think Anthony gave a good point. So if that's just clear, I think all these points are excellent. I think you're doing an excellent job.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all you've done over the years as well. I'm very glad that both of the two of you founded the Contractors Roundtable, and we're very pleased to go back that far, and for the struggle that we all have to make in order to make life better for those, our children, and those who come after us. Councilman Don?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good afternoon. I wanted to ask you a question, because your testimony is interesting to me. Randolph High School, which I've toured, actually donated a forklift to them to help their construction class. They have a tremendous welding class there, where I'm told most of the people that go through that class get jobs immediately. I don't know if you're the right person, but are we having a problem with people going to Randolph getting permanent jobs after they graduate?
Yeah, I'm not the right person for that. That would be somebody from...
I can speak to that.
You probably went there, Councilman Dom, when Darrell Overton was the principal, who was a very, very good friend of mine. He has since retired. But I remember, because I was on his advisory board. Actually, I am a alum of Randolph Skills Center. That's where I graduated from.
It's a great school, by the way.
Yes, and but that was all of the hard work of Darrell Overton. He advocated for that welding program. I remember when they did not have a welding program, and he was able to bring a gentleman, Joe. I forget Joe's last name, who is the welding teacher there, who was doing a yeoman's job of really educating those men and women. But yes, they do have, from the last time that I spoke with Mr. Overton, that they did have a high rate of employment when those young people graduated from 12th grade, that they was going into gainful employment work because of their skill sets and also because of the program. Air Gas was a huge sponsor of that program, where they've given them a number of tools and different machines and things of that nature for them to really get the industry technology that is out there when they go out there. So yes, Randolph is a great school. I don't know where, and you should look into where they are going forward now, since Darrell Overton has left. He's only been going for, he just retired last year. So I'm still think that they are still working from some of the things that he has put in place. But there's another program, two other programs that I would like to mention there. they have a fire department program where the fire department comes in and they also educate those kids about how to become firemen. Also, there's another program where the vending machine program is an excellent program where a number of their seniors go right into employment from that program. And I mean gainful employment too.
Okay, thank you. And so on Youth Build, how many students in Youth Build right now, or workers in Youth Build, what's the volume that need jobs right now? Give me some idea. Is it 100? Is it 200? How many people are we talking about?
Well, I don't know what the volume is of Youth Build. I would say they actually, in their cohorts, they have, and I don't know if the young lady is here, but they enroll about 220 kids per of that semester, and and then they graduate them, because these are actually high school 12th graders, maybe 11th, 12th graders because of their age, and so they get them their high school diploma, but also they put them into different industries. Now, when I first served about 9 years ago, it was under the construction, but now they've moved into healthcare, they moved into retail, they moved into construction, they moved into other areas. So it's hard for me to say of how many of those, because some of those industries, because we are a eds and meds city, so some of them are doing very well by getting their kids, getting Youth Build kids hired.
Can I just add something to that? So in this council, I think it was in June of 2015, they had Youth Build come. The executive director at that time, she came, and she gave a testimony that I think it was about 400 kids that were going through that program. And what was surprising was all the kids that went through the construction program, not one of them had been accepted into the unions. And the one kid that had an opportunity to pass the test, it's an incredible story in the transcript. He passed the test, they got him, he saved up, he got a car, and then when he went up to the union, they said, you know what, we gave you the wrong test. You got to test again. Now that was a heartbreaking story. So to answer your question, we have that amount of volume coming through the program, but the problem really is in, organized building trades. That's really what the problem is.
Let me ask you one last question. Do we teach at Youth Build entrepreneurship and how to be a developer?
I cannot answer that question, but I don't believe they have an entrepreneur program. I think that's a very, very good point, but I will see to it that they get back to you with that.
There's two ways to look at this. One way is to try to get a job with somebody else.
Right.
And the other way is to teach them how to create their own jobs.
Right. Now, I know that we had some alums come back that did parlay their construction skill sets into running their own business. But as far as a curriculum from Youth Build, I don't know that.
Let me just say, I want to add on that. That's a great idea, because there is a program in Philly. Right now, it's called Jumpstart, and I think it's from PHDC. Now, they have that in Janie's district. I think they have it in Germantown, and they may have one in North Philly, but they have it in different areas. It's a preliminary program. Like if you go, I went to the program through my association, but it's a preliminary program. But that idea is excellent, because if we make it more intense, we can graduate a future developer.
I don't want to put him on the spot, but I think the person I'm familiar with is Ken Weinstein, who does his Jumpstart. You should probably reach out to him and see if he could maybe teach a class there. Because if we can't get you into the unions, maybe we just start your own company.
That's right.
So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you all very much. Anyone else to testify on this bill? Thank you very much. We're going to ask the clerk to read the title of the final bill, although we have many panels, and that is Bill Number 180522. That's the Tobacco Retailer Permits Bill.
180522, an ordinance amending Section 9-631 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Tobacco Retailer Permit by limiting the power of the Board of Health to regulate the transferability of current permits and the locations of current tobacco retailers and by removing the transfer restrictions of Section 9-6312D under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you very much. And we thank our commissioner for being here, Dr. Thomas Farley, who submitted such excellent testimony. We're happy to call on you and ask you to formally introduce yourself and make your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Blackwell and members of the Finance Committee. I'm Dr. Thomas Farley, Health Commissioner for Philadelphia. Thank you for allowing me to provide testimony on Bill number 180522. We strongly oppose this bill, which, if enacted, would overrule tobacco regulations passed by the Board of Health, thereby dramatically increasing the number of retailers selling tobacco products next to schools and in Philadelphia's most vulnerable neighborhoods. Many products are bad for you, but tobacco is not just any other product. By causing diseases like heart disease, stroke, and cancer, it is by far the most deadly consumer product in America. There are different estimates for how many people it kills here, but by the most recent estimation method from the CDC, it is responsible for the deaths of more than 3,500 Philadelphians each year. The most important actions we can take to prevent those needless deaths are to help current smokers quit and protect young people from the marketing of tobacco products. Neighborhood environments are extremely important in this. Researchers have shown that children living in neighborhoods with more tobacco sellers are significantly more likely to start smoking, and adult smokers in those neighborhoods are less likely to quit. As with these many other issues, people living in low-income and predominantly non-white neighborhoods bear the greatest burden. North Philadelphia has more than 3 times as many tobacco retailers per capita as Center City. And for a bit of context, the city of Philadelphia has overall twice as many tobacco retailers per capita as New York City. Retailers may argue that they are merely responding to demand, but the tobacco industry creates demand through targeted marketing. The point-of-sale displays of cigarettes and cheap cigarillos are themselves a form of marketing, and the tobacco industry spends billions of dollars on them. They do that because point-of-sale marketing works. It gets young people started smoking. The tobacco companies then get back their investment in profits when those young people become addicted and struggle to quit. In 2016, the Board of Health considered these issues and voted unanimously for a long-term incremental approach to fixing this deep-seated problem. The regulations simply prevent the issuance of new permits to retailers in high-density areas like North Philadelphia or adjacent to schools. The Board of Health regulations do not take any permits from current retailers. If they renew their permits annually and don't sell tobacco products to children, they can keep them indefinitely. The City Council voted unanimously for a resolution supporting these very reasonable regulations. In these chambers, we've heard claims that these regulations are not needed because the number of tobacco retailers was already declining before the regulations passed. But we double-checked and verified that the opposite is true. The number of tobacco retailers with permits in Philadelphia increased from 2,865 in 2012 to 3,402 in 2016. Only after the regulations were implemented did Philadelphia begin to see a decline in the number of tobacco retail permits. Bill number 180522 would undo this progress by allowing retailers who had permits in 2016 to transfer those permits to others. This bill has the potential to increase by over 600 the number of stores in Philadelphia selling the leading causes of death in America. Most of those stores would be located in low-income and minority neighborhoods. As Philadelphia's lead health official, I have to strongly oppose that. Today, you're likely to hear 2 complaints from tobacco retailers. First, they will tell you that they do not sell to children. But our data show that selling to children is common. Overall, more than a third of retailers sold to a minor at least once between 2016 and 2018. And despite their claims about systems to avoid sales to youth, a third of franchise owners, franchise convenience stores, sold to kids during the same period. Secondly, they will tell you that their investments in their stores will be worthless if they sell to new owners who can't sell tobacco products. But in fact, tobacco products represent only a small fraction of the store sales, so stores can thrive without selling them. Last month, I visited the new Wawa on 34th and Market, the largest Wawa outlet in Philadelphia. Because of the Board of Health regulations, this store did not have a tobacco retailer permit at the time. The store was doing a great business. It was packed with customers buying products that don't kill people. Just in case you're interested, I've got a couple of pictures here from that visit. Shows lots of customers in the store picking out products that don't kill you, and a long line at the cash register. The store was doing quite well. And economic arguments for rolling back these critical regulations should also consider the impact of tobacco on Philadelphia's residents. A teen from a low-income family in Philadelphia who starts smoking after years of daily exposure to tobacco marketing may become addicted for life. If he or she goes on to smoke a packet per day, he or she will spend more than $3,000 per year to buy cigarettes. That's money that he would otherwise spend on items like housing or food or clothing. Most of that $3,000 goes into the pockets of the tobacco manufacturers, not the local retailers. So yes, small stores would prefer to sell tobacco, but our residents simply can't afford unchecked tobacco sales. I have been honored to work with the City Council on progressive laws designed to reduce health disparities. This bill does precisely the opposite. If passed, it would deepen health disparities in Philadelphia, reinforcing circumstances that make it harder for low-income and minority children to live healthy lives. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Councilman Squilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for helping us to work on this legislation. I know we're at an impasse, and we've talked over and over ad nauseum, but I do appreciate your time and effort on this. A couple statements, and I know we had talked also about the numbers that we threw out at the last hearing. In 2011, the Health Commissioner said there was 44 cigarette licenses, 44 tobacco retail licenses that were garnered from the state record at that time, because we did not have records of how many licenses there were. I think you had stated to me, and I don't know for the record, but you're saying that the commissioner previously was mistaken because the state had a system that wasn't accurate. But since then, I believe the number now is 2,700?
Yeah, a little less than 2,800, correct.
A little 27,776, something like that.
Yeah, yes.
So as we see through attrition, the number of licenses that have been declined. We talk about enforcement and of how some of these stores that say they don't sell to minors but do. Would you be in favor of supporting additional fines for people who sell license, where right now it's 3 times and you lose your license? Is that correct?
That's correct. There are also fines for each individual violation, but
and how much
in addition, I believe it's $150.
$250. 500.
Something like, I heard 250, I heard 500. I'm sorry, I don't know the details. We'll get back to you with the details. But there are fines, and I'm supportive of higher fines. However, our experience has been that fines themselves don't change practices of selling to youth. Revoking permits does.
Fine, but if they do it 3 times?
If they do it 3 times over a period of 2 years, then they lose their permit.
And how many people have lost their permit from these violations?
We invoked that rule at the time that these new retailer regulations that we're discussing here today was invoked, so we haven't finished the 2-year period yet. So nobody has lost them yet as a result of that.
Okay. We do support greater enforcement of that, and that reduction of licensing in people who do not abide by the current regulations. In 2011, when supposedly there was 4,400, less than that, because we believe that there was a miscount by the state, or they weren't frequently updating their cigarette retail licenses, and down to now 27,776. We see the decrease in cigarette licenses. What has been the decrease in sales?
I don't know that we know that. We can track sales taxes, or the cigarette taxes, and it's going down about 10% per year of cigarette sales or tobacco sales in Philadelphia.
Okay, because we also increased the tax on tobacco, which a lot of people here supported, to increase the $2 a pack tax. We also saw a decrease at that point, but we also saw an increase in surrounding areas sales of tobacco. Is that correct?
I don't have any data on that.
Okay. All right, we have data on that. So we see that what we're doing is, when you reduce the number of licenses or make it more expensive for people to purchase this product, and by no means is this product supported by anybody on council, whether it's, I'm not a smoker, I don't like tobacco, but well, we also created a black market, and we created a market elsewhere for people to go. Now, the argument here is that, yeah, but you make it more difficult for them to get the cigarettes, and you also, they don't have to pass advertising for cigarettes, and so forth and so on, which we agree with. What we're looking at this aspect is the small business concerns that are there. We understand our city is made up of neighborhoods. And in some of our poor neighborhoods, we do not have these big establishments like Wawa going into them. We have food deserts. We don't have grocery stores in some of these places. Some of the only means of people to get food may be through some of these corner stores and corner delis. And the small business model is something that Philadelphia is not only unique, but if you compare it to like New York, where they lost mainly all their small business model stores because of the big density stores that are now located in those areas, we would reduce the number of permits. Our thing is, if you wanted to, you said permits increased.
We're increasing until the regulations went into effect.
Right. Why don't we just stop the issuance of tobacco licenses altogether? That would reduce the number of licenses that are out there. They can never be any new licenses, but allow the store owners who do have them to be able not to reduce their business value, but allow them to then transfer that license, because no new licenses will be allowed in the city at all.
What the regulations do is in a sense, more forgiving than that. It does not allow new permits in those neighborhoods where the number is very, very high. Where it's low, there is issuance of new permits. But your bill would allow people to transfer those permits. And so that would mean that those neighbors that have a very high density of tobacco retailers now will continue to have a very high density of tobacco retailers. And that's not good for the people in those neighborhoods.
What is the number of sales in those neighborhoods compared to the sales in neighborhoods that aren't at the max?
We don't have data on sales. We can just tell you the data on the number of retailers. I can tell you in the low-income neighborhoods, some of them will have 3 to 4 times as many retailers per capita as the high-income neighborhoods.
I understand that part, but the goal is to get less people to smoke.
Correct.
So we should be tracking the sales of tobacco so that we know that what we're doing by taxing and other things that we're putting in place, regulations, finding people selling to minors, removing their licenses, that should be reducing the sales in areas. We have 18 groups?
18 planning districts is what we divide the city up
18
into.
planning districts. We should know in each one of those 18 planning districts, what are the sales in those planning districts? Are they selling more in one district than another? You know, so these are the things that we should be doing to be able to then judge, are we selling more tobacco? You're saying there's more retailers, so therefore there's more sales. It's not necessarily true. We may sell more in Center City that may not be capped than we sell in South Philadelphia that is capped. So what the goal is to sell less tobacco and to reduce the number of people smoking. And what we see in this bill is it doesn't do that. The perception is we'll have less licenses, which we will, but they could go across the street or around the corner or to another store that sells tobacco and get their licensing. So this is why we came up with this legislation to have people understand they had a business model that had a license. You know, cigarettes are legal whether we like it or not, and we're looking at a model or a compromise to try to say, all right, let them transfer this license even if it's for a short period of time so they know that, and then hopefully reduce the number of licenses, but also key is to reduce the number of people who are purchasing tobacco and using tobacco. Now, one thing we're not getting is the number of people who are going outside the area to purchase tobacco. We should also look at that. Look at our surrounding counties. How come their sales have increased dramatically when our sales are decreased? Who's buying that product? And these, you know, the goal is to reduce, again, smoking and tobacco use. So I see your point. You're very passionate. I met with some great Temple oral surgeons yesterday, and they were passionate, very smart, and I'll tell you, it was a good meeting. And they had a lot of input, which was, and they gave me some ideas. So it was worth it. All the meetings I've been having with health professionals have been engaging, but this is not about tobacco sales. It seems like it's about tobacco licensing. So that's where we differ on that.
I would just point again that the major way that tobacco companies market these days is through point-of-sale marketing. They spend billions on it. It's about 90% of their marketing dollars. They're not stupid people. They do that because it works, and because health officials have reduced their ability to advertise in other ways. But it works, and so by reducing the number of retailers over time, we're going to protect people in those neighborhoods. And again, the current situation does not take permits away from anybody who's operating. They can keep them indefinitely.
And I think the city's response should be, we need to do better enforcement. We want to remove every license from every person that sells to minors. We want to make sure that people are following the regulations that were in place, not be able to keep their license. And that's something that we would be willing to help you with, and to, if you need more additional staff to do things like that. And we will see a reduction in licenses that way, not by unilaterally deciding that these businesses no longer could have this license because it's in the best interest of our health of our city, but not really getting to the main focus of reducing the cigarette sales. So that's my opinion on why this bill is here, and we have other comments, and I have a couple more questions to ask you after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. I want to follow up on a number of points made by the sponsor of the bill, but I also want this bill to be put in context. When we have difficult, that's the business we're in, complex legislation, fast resolutions never work. Then Councilman Clark and I, when we met for not 1 year, not 4, not 6 years, but 8 years. It took us 8 years to merge recreation, parks, and arts and culture. On my menu labeling bill, it took 24 plus months, and that came as a result of meetings ad nauseum with all the stakeholders to try to find what I believe in as a legislator, and that's a win-win. It took 3 years for us to get to a decent place with regarding lead, certainly not where we wanted to be, which is why we're going to revisit the issue of lead shortly. I'm for finding the win-win. Trying to create winners and losers is not the business I believe we should be in. Philosophically, it is wrong, it's unhealthy for all the great data you provided on why young people should, at any time, and particularly those in underserved communities, be exposed to tobacco. And so with that said, providing context, I'm curious, first of all, and knowing, if you may know, is this a best practice in other cities? I'm a former Robert Wood Johnson Fellow. For 4 years, we studied what that means and using data to drive decisions. So the data here is exceedingly compelling. But I'm curious to know where Philadelphia stacks with regards to other similarly situated cities when it comes to this type of legislation. And then I want to talk about this issue of density, because that is very, very, very disturbing.
So I can just say, I don't know about every city in the country. I do know that New York City has a retailer cap. And I know
a retail what?
A retailer cap. A number of permits. There's some sort of limit on the number of permits. And San Francisco does as well.
Okay.
But if I can say, given how serious smoking is, I don't think it's the right approach to say, let's wait for other cities to do this and then we follow them. That's a recipe for Philadelphia always to be last. Why can't Philadelphia, for once, actually be first in health? Why can't we establish to say, break new ground? I think we have opportunity to do that. So yes, there does exist elsewhere, but I can't give you the details. I think that the regulations should be considered on their own merits.
Forgive me?
I think the regulations that the Board of Health passed should be considered on their own merits.
Okay, so speak to me about density. I did hear you mention that the obvious, that the appearance of these establishments operate or have different level of presence depending upon the neighborhood. And in searching for, ideas, if you get a bunch of smart people around the table, hopefully you can come up with ideas that move you towards a common goal. What about this issue of density? Should we consider using data that says after X number of X type of establishment and certain communities, there shall be no more.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing ideas at you for us to at least explore and talk about.
Right. I appreciate the ideas. That is exactly what the regulations do. So let me explain the regulations more.
Please.
They say in any planning district, and there are 18 planning districts in the city,
Okay.
We will set a cap of 1 retailer per 1,000 population.
Okay.
That's 1,000 daytime population, take into account Center City that has many people during the day. If you are above 1 retailer per 1,000 population, then you're above the cap. We will issue no new permits in those regions until, through attrition, the number gets down below 1 per 1,000.
Okay.
Now, to give you a sense right now, North Philadelphia has more than 3 retailers per 1,000 population.
And how do we get there? How do we end up in that bad place?
Well, for decades, anybody could get a permit.
I
So the
see.
stores on their own just got state permits. They didn't have a city permit at that time. And so they opened up in North Philadelphia. You go to the far northeast, they're around 0.8 retailers per 1,000 population, per 1,000. So they're below the cap. So today, under these regulations, anybody who requests a permit in the far northeast or in Center City can get a permit, no problem. But in North Philadelphia, they can't because they're above the cap. At some point in the future, when they get below the cap, they can get a permit.
I see. That addresses the density issue. Is there something on the safe zones around schools? I don't know.
Yes, the regulations also prohibit new retailers from locating within 500 feet of a school. An existing retailer can keep his permit at that school indefinitely, but if that store closes, a new store cannot open up within 500 feet of a school.
Okay. And have there been, Councilman Squilla spoke to the myriad discussions that have gone on with various stakeholders. Have members of your team and the councilperson's office met also to look at a win-win, given where we sat here in these chairs in June, still kind of befuddled as to how we work towards a resolution?
We have had some discussions, but it's very clear that the two sides are very far apart. That the retailers want to continue to transfer the permits indefinitely. If they continue to transfer the permits indefinitely, that locks in place the current very unfair situation that people in low-income neighborhoods have much more tobacco marketing than high-income neighborhoods.
So there's been no, we haven't yet gotten creative to find a middle ground, is what it sounds like.
That is correct.
Okay.
We
All right,
we
then.
don't think that we should be bargaining away our children's
Well, understand, philosophically, we all agree with that. That is
Understand.
absolutely a no-brainer. We wouldn't be in this business if we felt otherwise. But as legislators also, we have a responsibility to find the delicate balance, and that takes a long time, based on my own experience. 8 years to merge Parks and Rec. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman David O.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I understand your perspective. I just disagree with it. I think you know that. I understand your perspective. Health is what you're trying to achieve, better health. And I think that's something we all agree with. The issue that I have is how you're doing it. You're looking at retailers. 3 real retailers, they may be small retailers, they may sell less cigarettes than a large retailer. You're looking at retailers, not the actual cigarettes sold. Then you're saying an area is saturated and you're trying to reduce the permits. What we passed and what I understood you would be enforcing was no new permits, but you're interpreting the sale or renewal of an existing store that's been there for 30 years as new. If they file late, if they sell, if they transfer, you're counting that as new, and it's not new. Despite the fact that they are cigarettes and they're unhealthy and we ask everyone not to smoke, what happens is people have a right to purchase legal items, and they do outside of our city. The increase in cost to people, any smart person with mobility will buy packs of cigarettes outside of Philadelphia, along with their sodas and other groceries. But people in our inner cities who do smoke will pay the larger amount. They tend not to buy cartons of cigarettes. They try to buy a singular pack or two. at any given point in time. I wish they wouldn't buy them, but they do. It's just more expensive in Philadelphia. The concern that I have is that in an effort to compromise to reach the goal of better health, Councilman Squilla has said, what if we were to agree not to issue any new licenses, and over time through attrition, those legal retailers who have a permit, who have a license, would be able to continue their business, and eventually they may not continue for a number of reasons. Overall, I think cigarette smoking is going down, although we have some other problems. Marijuana, heroin, opioid, other types of illicit drugs, and other things are problems. I'm also concerned in how you're selecting, because when you say a place is oversaturated, has 3 times as many, and your goal, the goal of the health department, is to reduce the number of retailers, which retailers are being reduced? Because at least from my perspective, I don't see the logic behind who's being selected. And so there are good health goals. For example, I'm very disturbed about the Chinese salt issue. Like, there's an effort to reduce salt in Chinese restaurants. Great. How about Burger King, pizza, steaks, Mexican food? Why Chinese food? Why not other restaurants? I can't understand, like, the sugary drinks include Ensure for seniors. I thought that was a healthy item. Like, what is the actual goal of increasing the costs? When you reduce licenses in an area, you go from, let's say, 300 vendors to 150. People are still buying cigarettes. They're just buying it from the 150 that are selling, not the 150 that can't sell anymore. So why wouldn't the health department say, okay, we're not picking winners and losers. We do want to encourage people by their free will and through their education to stop smoking. At the same time, we can do it without making winners and losers in business, and by preventing new licenses from being issued. So I supported the bill. No new licenses 500 feet of a school. But what has happened is people have come to me and said, I've had a business for 30 years, and when I try to renew my license, or when I was going to sell the store to my son or whatever, I was denied a license. And it's not what the intent was as far as what I voted for. And I haven't seen the data, but from what I'm gathering, and I don't know if this is true, but I think I'll have to look into it, licenses are being denied, and I have to look at the last names of the persons who are being denied. Is it Rodriguez, Chin, Chang, Mohammed? I want to see who's getting denied and who's not getting denied in this process.
So if I could just comment on respond to a couple of things you said. To be very clear, the current regulations are that we will not issue new permits in those areas that are above the cap. So the claim that's a great solution, that is already where the current regulations are. The issue is if a store closes, goes out of business, another store then opens up in that same location, that is a new permit, okay? Some people might say, well, that's a transfer, but that is actually a new store. It's a new owner, it's a new store. That person would have to apply for a permit. If that neighborhood is above the cap, that person would not get a permit.
Could we talk about that? Because that's where I think we fundamentally disagree. You're telling me that Johnny's Market on the corner has been there for 30 years in South Philly. It's a small store, they sell cigarettes, and if someone, and what's come to me is when someone files late for a renewal, that they're considered a new application and therefore they're denied under the law. And I'm saying it's a late filing, but the store's been there for 30 years, but now they're being denied because that's a new store?
So that's a separate issue, and that is the stores are supposed to file for a permit by November 1st. We give them a grace period until January 1st if they're late. There have been stores that have come up and said, oh, I forgot, or this, or got lost in the mail or whatever. We have been very forgiving about those stores for the ones that had a permit and are simply renewing their permit. So to be clear, any store can renew their permit indefinitely. Any store in operation can renew their permit indefinitely. What this does is prohibit a new store, okay? And a new store is including a store that may be at the same location. And if we didn't do that, if the stores could essentially transfer their permit to an operator at the same location, then we will never have attrition. We will never reduce the number of stores that are in these high density neighborhoods.
So what you're saying is Johnny's Corner Market, Mr. Jones is 86 years old, he sells it to me, and I'm going to continue to operate his store, Johnny's Market, but when he tries to transfer the cigarette license, the tobacco license, that is considered a new store, the way you're looking at this.
Correct, because the store is an owner and a location, okay? So if you change owner, that's a new store. If you allow that transfer to take place, then anybody could essentially transfer the permit to anyone else, and then we will continue forever to have the high-density places in these low-income neighborhoods. There's no way we're going to have attrition if they can transfer those permits.
I understand what you're saying. I just want to say that my understanding was if Johnny's Market transferred a license, that would be the same store. If Billy's Market tried to open up and get a cigarette license, that would be a new store. So we're looking at it differently. I understand what you're saying about the attrition and the terrible stuff that tobacco does. What I'm saying is the person who purchased a store, they have a legal business, they have an ability to sell the store. I don't see that when you are restricting basically ultimately whether or not anyone's going to buy that store, that there are still in proximity places where people can buy their cigarettes, but the store can't sell. It may be able to sell, it may not be able to sell, it may cease to exist for all I know. But I don't see how that actually, according to your data, reduces the consumption of cigarettes in the first place. And the other thing is, I don't think that we should be intervening in that manner, despite its good intentions. I do believe that at least what I understood is instead of one store being there, or two stores, there would just be one store. And if at some point in time that store closed, there would not be a new store. So that's just my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm told by the chair I'm next. Okay. Dr. Farley, let me first go on record. I think the sponsor knows this. I agree with everything you said. I'm respectfully against this bill. I will call myself radically anti-smoker, and I think we need to do whatever we can do to cut down whatever availability in every way we can. If it was up to me, we'd have this law citywide, not just in the impacted areas, but I think it is important to have it in the impacted areas. And just, I know sometimes people compare this to other products, and I think you state this in your statement. Would you say tobacco of any legal product is by far the most dangerous that's sold out there?
It is by far the most dangerous, and it is more dangerous than many products that are illegal, by the way, as far as the number of people that it kills. Mm-hmm. Nationally, it's estimated that smoking kills about 400,000 people a year. Mm-hmm. Illegal drugs, maybe 100,000.
Mm-hmm. So when you're saying winners and losers, I mean, there's no worse loser than somebody that contracts diseases through smoking, right? I mean, there's no winner there, right?
For those of us who have relatives or have seen people dying of lung cancer, it's not a pretty sight. I have seen them as a doctor.
I've had I did too, sir. And I know, look, everything can be in some ways complicated, but in some ways you have to maybe get it down to some simple facts too. And when these regulations were put in back in 2016, and we voted on a resolution supporting those regulations, I mean, just simply it was to slowly cut back the availability of cigarettes in certain neighborhoods and around schools. Is that basically
Cut back
correct?
availability and promotion. The point of sale
Okay.
marketing is very important as well. Yes.
And again, we knew that it was going to be a slow process. It was only going to be when those
And we knew it was going
buildings
to occur over
or those
time
sales
as
were-
stores turned over. Yes.
Yeah, and I know we can debate what new permit mean. I would argue that new permit, if there's a new owner, that's a new permit, but other people have made difference of opinion on that. So, in any event, I wasn't going to say anything. I know we have a lot of people say, but I had to get on record that I think on this one we're totally in agreement. I think whatever we can do as a legislative body to cut back on any availability of cigarettes, and I wouldn't say this on any other product, and I was never that big on some of the cutbacks on certain kind of foods, but I think tobacco is in its own world, and it's a bad world. So I would be not, and again, the sponsor knows I'm not supportive of this bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Reynolds Brown?
Commissioner, could you talk a bit more about the effort to, the promotion of tobacco products is an issue as well? Just speak about that, if you could, as it relates to this bill.
So wherever tobacco products are sold, the big tobacco companies go to those places and they set up displays, typically behind the sales cash register. You've seen those. People refer to them as a power wall. They have discount signs, they got advertising. They often have posters around that place in the cash register as well as on the outside of the store. That point of sale marketing is very effective. It's the major way that they advertise these days. And that means that every time a child goes into a bodega to get a carton of milk, or someone goes in there to get a sandwich, or a current smoker who's trying to quit goes in there to pick up a sandwich, they're tempted. And they're told, oh, great, we got a special discount on a pack of cigarettes today, and say, well, maybe I'll just buy one today. So that over time, that makes a difference. And in North Philadelphia, a child walking to school in middle school would pass 16 stores that have those point-of-sale displays, whereas a child up in Chestnut Hill might pass one. Over the course of that child's life, that makes a big difference.
Sure. Question. I did not write my other question down, so I'll have to pass and circle back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Dom, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. My question, Commissioner, is I think in your testimony what stood out the most to me was that 1/3 of all retailers sold to a minor at least once between 2016 and 2018. Do you know how much we've collected in fines from that?
I don't know the answer to that.
Do you know how many fines we issued?
I don't know the answer. We'd be happy to get back to you on that.
So then how do we know it's 1/3?
We can find out that, but the 1/3 is the number that we track because what we care most is selling to children. And I should be clear, that's not the ones that sell to children, that's ones that were caught selling to children. We send teams in of minors to try to buy, and if that 1/3 of them we were able to buy over that period.
So I guess my question is, if there are certain people selling to minors, okay, we should strengthen the penalties against those who are violating the law very strongly. Even increasing fines, I'm in favor of. Lowering the number of times we allow them to then lose a license. In other words, punish the bad actors. Punish them, especially when it comes to selling to minors. There's no excuse for that. We need to send a very strong message. But I'm not clear, if we don't know how much we've collected in fines, if we are enacting this right now. I mean, we have something on the books that says there's three fines and then you lose your license, basically?
Correct.
But I don't have any data saying that's being enacted or how much money we've collected or what's going on. And so that troubles me because I'd like to see that information. Because I see too many times things occur because 5% of the population is doing something wrong. And instead of us enforcing the penalties and going after those 5%, we change the rules for 100%.
It's not 5% here, it's more than 30, it's about 38%. And again, that's how many times they're caught. That's not how many times they sell to children. And I'll also point out that teenagers are not stupid. For the ones that sell to children, they learn that very quickly. And so they're going to go to that store. So if even 1 out of 5 in a neighborhood is selling to children, then they have plenty of access.
Well, I guess my point is, I'm in favor, forget this bill we're talking about right now, on a separate issue. If we can strengthen the laws as it relates to selling to minors, I think all of us would be 110% on board. And I'd like you to think about if we can, I don't know if we can or can't, but I think we should look at that and not just increase the fines, but lower the amount of infractions to send that message that we're not going to tolerate it.
We can look, as you may know, the state passed a preemption law on tobacco, so whether we can on that, I do not know.
Okay.
But I would also say that if we were to revoke a permit after one sales to youth, what the store owner will say is, wasn't my fault, it was some clerk on his first day on the job, just didn't know any better, and so please give me a break. And that's the sort of thing I get calls from council members frequently. Oh, come on, it was just one little error, give them a break. That was the reason behind the 3 strikes and you're out.
But I would like, if you can collect the data, I'd like to know how much
We'll be happy to send you that data.
we've gotten in fines.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Taubenberger, I know you've had your light on for a while.
I have. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And going back to what was said by my colleague, Councilwoman Reynolds Brown, and having a win-win situation with the current legislation that is in place, the current law that's in place, I don't see that happening. For example, you talk about in certain zip codes, there are so many more retail shops. But these retail shops are also owned by minorities who want a business. Wawa is not in every zip code. Maybe they ought to be, but they're not. You said there's one store now that Wawa does not sell cigarettes?
This was one store that I went into. There probably are more.
Well, I'd like to know that, but I'll find that out on my own. And then for how long is that? Because if you were to suggest to Wawa Corporation that they would voluntarily, because you're on the side of the angels here, and you are, health is important, so don't take this as sarcasm, but just a fact, and say to the shareholders and management of Wawa, we'd like you to voluntarily stop selling cigarettes, what do you think the answer would be?
Well, I'm sure Wawa would not be supportive of it. They want to make continue
you cause an
profit
earthquake in Delaware County that would affect Philadelphia. They wouldn't do it.
I'll point out that CVS did do that, though, so that there are some corporations out there that
It's
have
true.
chosen to
CVS
give that.
does do that. And they've done that voluntarily. That's
And
it's a point. Although the CVS is in the business of health, so I do see the absolute redundance of saying selling a product that takes away your health in a store that's supposed to promote health. But the other stores are little shops and little neighborhoods that are important to those folks that really are providing a product, one that is legal and the people there want. Now, I think working with your department in trying to curtail that via volunteer, like I shouldn't be smoking and I'm not going to do it anymore, but the ability of me to purchase that is a different story, because what you really are doing is creating winners and losers. If you can maintain and figure out a way to keep that retail permit for cigarettes, you're ahead of the game, because one closes and the people in that neighborhood are going to go to the ones that are open. And so I see this as totally unfair and not anywhere close to what my colleague had said about a win-win situation, which I'd like to get to this. If selling cigarettes to minors is a problem, and it is, I'd love to work with you on that and coming up with even stronger legislation to curtail that, because I would say greater majority of all the retailers want to do fairness. And if there's bad actors, let's weed them out. But why hurt small retailers because of all of the other bad actors? Weed those out, get rid of those. And I'm going to tell you again from personal experience, if my parents, back in the 1960s, when they sold their delicatessen, a delicatessen that was their retirement and helped put me through college and was very important to my family, if retail cigarette sales were taken away from that, the person that bought it would have never bought it. Never, ever. So I think there has to be a way where we work out where it's a win-win situation. People can continuously or can still sell a legal product. I mean, to be very blunt, tobacco, you know where tobacco comes from? It comes from North America. It's the only place it ever came from. Now it's spread throughout the world. It started here, and making the end of it, I have no objection either, but it has to be done voluntarily. You can't just, as a government, pick winners and losers, and that's what this is doing, and that's why I cannot ever support this, and I support the legislation that's being pushed forward as a co-sponsor. And that's my comment. I have no further questions. If you want to answer anything, I'd be happy to hear it. I respect what you're doing, though. I want to be clear.
Yeah, and I respect your opinion, council member, but just say, if we think about fundamental unfairness, I think the fundamental unfairness is for kids growing up in those low-income neighborhoods getting a much heavier dose of tobacco marketing than kids growing up in high-income neighborhoods, and the smoking rates are far higher in kids growing up in those neighborhoods. So we have this overabundance of tobacco marketing in low-income neighborhoods. How do we solve that problem? We're not going to solve that problem by allowing that to continue forever. We're going to have to figure out some way to get from where we are now to a more fairness across neighborhoods. The only way that I can think of doing that is through attrition. As stores close, we don't offer new permits.
You know, I would agree with you if it was because stores close. I got that. If the store went out of business and it's no longer open, that's fine. Take that permit away. I got no problem with that. I got a problem when the person that's there wants to sell it and you considering the store closed. The store really didn't close because that continuation of business is important to the person coming in and the person selling. Cash flow, whether we like it or not, is part of the American capitalistic system, and cash flow also matters on what the price is for that entity, that business entity. If that store has significant cash flow reduction, the store is worth less. End of story, no matter what the product is.
Some people would imply that somehow this investment is worthless if you can't sell tobacco. My reasoning behind showing this picture of here, Wawa, is to say it is possible to run stores that sell products for people and make a good living without selling this product that is the number one killer in America. It is absolutely possible.
But then ask Wawa to close all their cigarette outlets.
Oh, I would be happy to ask them to. They're not going to listen to me.
In fact, you know what? Mr. Commissioner, one more time. If you ask Wawa that question, I'll go with you, and let's see what the answer is together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. Panel 2, Marla Gold, Professor of Drexel School of Public Health. Dr. Grace Ma, Associate Dean for Health Disparities, Temple University. Carlene Neal, Chair of Policy Committee, AKA Sorority Omega Omega Chapter. Kevin T. Bell, Social Action Chair, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Mu Omega Chapter, and Tanetta Graham, President, Strawberry Mansion CDC. That is panel 2. So we ask you to introduce yourself and make your testimony. Thank you. Now, we have a whole panel in the hallway, so we want to, the next committee hearing, so we want to begin as soon as you can. Please.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Blackwell and the members of the Finance Committee. As stated, I am Dr. Marla Gold, Dean Emerita and Professor of Health Management and Policy at the Drexel Dornsife School of Public Health. Of course, thank you for the opportunity to give testimony on Bill number 180522, which, if enacted, would effectively, as we just heard, overturn significant portions of the tobacco retail permit regulation passed by the Board of Health in 2016, and I want to mention that I've been on that Board of Health for over 2 decades, and I'm currently serving. I've lived in Philadelphia since 1985, when I arrived here to do my medical residency at the Medical College of Pennsylvania. Like you, I fell in love with this city, raised my children here, my youngest is currently 15, and I've dedicated my life to working with others like yourselves to ensure conditions in which all Philadelphians can achieve the best health possible. I know that we all understand, all of us, including the business owners here today, and we all agree that smoking kills. Every one of us has lost someone to disease related to cigarettes. In my case, it was my father. And while I understand that that fact is not the main focus of today's hearing, I would say to you that from a public health perspective, indeed it is. I respect that key decision makers, all of you, represent and answer to a diverse group of stakeholders, and today's proposed bill affects many members of the business community, a lot of them represented here. I want to point out that the 3,500 or so Philadelphians that die every year annually related to smoking cannot pack the council chambers today. They cannot be here to speak about what happened to them. And I also want to comment that my father never purchased a pack of cigarettes, and I bet this is true for you or your family members, never did it with free will, knowing that he was making a decision in such a way that he meant to do himself in so early. Now, the Board of Health is a group of public health experts authorized by law to promulgate regulations to protect Philadelphia residents from risks of disease. The water we drink, the air we breathe, communicable diseases. We're always in the background reviewing the epidemiology, the scientific evidence. There is room for science and truth these days, I hope, and looking at models that work in other big cities. So I was really pleased to hear the question from the Councilwoman about models and how they work. We never do our work in a vacuum. Like you, we hold hearings and deeply consider the impact of our work, always with a keen eye on the health and wellness of the vast, and I want to stress that as well, since we're talking about so-called winners and losers, we have an eye on the vast wellness, vast majority of Philadelphians. As a member of the Board of Health and a public health leader in Philly, I, along with my fellow board members, carefully review the evidence before we approve the tobacco retail permit regs. You know that tobacco use is responsible for more deaths in Philadelphia than any other cause, including opioids and anything else you can come up with. Similar to other municipalities, major cities, we found that a higher density of tobacco retail is associated with teen smoking initiation and with lower rates of quitting among chronic smokers. So to say that plainly, more tobacco retailers in a geographic area translates to more young people initiating smoking. More tobacco retailers in a geographic area translates to less Philadelphians who smoke being able to quit in our major city that has the highest smoking rate of any major city in the United States of America. We also reviewed solid evidence of marked inequities between the neighborhoods in Philadelphia. Our low-income neighborhoods, and particularly schools in those neighborhoods, have up to 3 times as many tobacco outlets per capita as higher-income neighborhoods. The city's tobacco permit law, which requires a permit for each owner at each location, specifically gives the Board of Health the authority to regulate permits based on public health needs. The public health need in the case of these permit regulations, for us, is the need to save lives, the need to decrease smoking rates and associated disease and death rates connected to smoking in Philadelphia. So on behalf of the Board of Health, I strongly support the regulations as originally passed. In the 2 years since they were passed, they've already started to improve the equity of our neighborhoods and protect teens from a major cause of illness and death in our city. Overturning these regulations has 2 very negative consequences, and I'm almost done. First, it clearly will add hundreds of tobacco sales outlets in low-income neighborhoods over a short time, which will increase smoking rates and harm the health of Philadelphia residents. I know that no business owner here means to harm the health of residents, but the tobacco industry has long targeted with inequity cities, particularly communities of color and low-income individuals, and they do it through point of sales with 80 to 90% of their marketing. Second, and I want to stress this on behalf of the Board of Health, it would set a dangerous precedent that whenever the Board of Health adopts regulations based on the science, the evidence, models, following the regulations, including public hearings of the very people that are here from the business community today, that when we do this to protect residents, including all of us in this room, from a health threat, that these regulations can be overturned through political action. This precedent can hurt our ability to respond to every epidemic, and there will be another one that hits the city of Philadelphia. In closing, like you, I and my colleagues on the Board of Health are dedicated to making our city the best in the nation. I share your love for it. Being the best involves health, education, the business community, and much more. And in this case, we thoroughly reviewed the science and health evidence, took all steps involved in writing regulations, including taking into account community feedback garnered at those hearings, and in the end, we developed tobacco permit regulation based on keeping Philadelphians, particularly young people here, safe, healthy, and alive. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. We're going to try to push ahead because we're behind in time.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Blackwell and the members of the Finance Committee. I'm Dr. Grace Ma, Associate Dean for Health Disparities at Temple School of Medicine. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony on Bill number 180522. As a public health expert, I strongly support the maintenance of the city's tobacco permit regulations in their current form. Tobacco remains the largest cause of death in Philadelphia. Those deaths are particularly concentrated among minority populations in the city, including African Americans, Asian Americans, groups with high smoking rates. We know that environmental factors are very important determinants for young people to initiate smoking and become addicted to nicotine. More than 90% of smokers start smoking by age 19. Exposure to tobacco marketing and advertisement is an important factor in smoking initiation. Since the Master Tobacco Settlement Agreement banned certain types of tobacco advertisement, the industry has moved most of the marketing to the point of sale. Children and teens in low-income neighborhoods are exposed to tobacco marketing in the form of tobacco or products throughout their day. Children in high-income neighborhoods have a small fraction of this exposure. So the tobacco regulations as currently laid out help to gradually correct these inequalities through their gradual attrition. If City Council were to allow permit transfers when stores are sold, the gradual attrition in permits will have been reversed since 2016. Stores would be allowed to start selling tobacco even next to schools. And children's exposure to tobacco marketing would increase, and the gradual attrition to rates similar to other large cities would either not occur or would take decades longer than it would be with the current regulations in place. During that time, thousands of children would continue to expose to this marketing and begin use of addictive tobacco products that will ultimately cause deaths of 1/3 to 1/2 of all users. If City Council passes this bill, it will be a serious blow to public health in Philadelphia, and one for which our city's children will continue to pay the price. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to Councilman Janie Blackwell and all members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Carlene Neal. I am one of the co-chairmen of the Connection Committee, which is the Committee of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated that is responsible for civic engagement, social justice, and social action. The committee identifies issues that impact the quality of life while mobilizing sorority members for action at the local, state, and national level. With me today, my co-chairman, Nine Sellers, also sorors, members of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. Would you please stand? Also, we have our president, Carol Parkinson Hall, and other members of our sorority, some representatives.
Thank you for all that you do, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Colin.
Now, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated is an international service organization that was founded on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. in 1908. It is the oldest Greek-lettered organization established by African-American college-educated women. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority is comprised of a nucleus of 300,000 members and over 1,000 graduate and undergraduate chapters in the United States, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, Canada, Japan, Germany, Korea, and on the continent of Africa. Its membership is comprised of distinguished women who boast excellent academic records, proven leadership skills, and are involved in the global community through advocacy and service. Alpha Kappa Alpha has dedicated itself to improving the quality of life for citizens worldwide and promoting peace. On December 10, 2018, the Omega Mega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority will celebrate 92 years of sisterhood and stellar service in the Philadelphia area. Our present roster for Omega Mega chapter has 511 members, and in the Philadelphia vicinity, there are 2 other graduate chapters. There are 3 graduate chapters, and we have approximately 1,000 members. The late City Council Augusta Clark and the late Dr. Ruth Wright Hare, both advocates for children and the well-being of our communities, were proud members of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority Omega Mega chapter. It is in the spirit of Gussie Clark and Ruth Wright Hare that we present testimony today. Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority has taken the position that we are opposed to Bill number 1800522. This bill would reverse tobacco regulations that protect Philadelphia children. A city with a 20-year discrepancy in life expectancy between low and high-income neighborhoods, Philadelphia has the highest smoking rate of all the large U.S. cities. These high smoking rates result in tobacco remaining the single largest cause of death in the city. Children who grow up surrounded by tobacco advertising are more likely to smoke. African American children and adults are more likely to be exposed to secondhand smoke than any other racial or ethnic group, according to the Center for Disease Control. Philadelphia has lost the ability to pass any new regulations on the sale of tobacco with the aggressive lobbying of the tobacco industry and the willingness of state legislators to mortgage our children's future. Philadelphia City Council passed a law in 2011, as you know, requiring business owners who want to sell tobacco to get a permit. It was not until 2016 that it enacted any limits on the number of locations of permits. The sluggish full implementation of this law allowed the tobacco industry to recruit additional stores near schools in at-risk neighborhoods. The number of stores selling tobacco rose steadily between 2012 and 2016. The city's Board of Health passed regulations limiting the number and location of tobacco permits granted in 2016 to keep new tobacco stores from opening near schools. Those regulations were aimed at changing the aggressive tobacco marketing that faced children in low-income neighborhoods as they walk to and from school or purchase snacks at corner stores. Just as the regulations are beginning to work as intended, City Council is considering a bill that would allow the transfer of tobacco permits. This bill would allow new retailers to open stores selling and advertising these deadly products in neighborhoods for an indefinite period of time. This bill would also, sponsors argue that the Philadelphia store owners need to sell tobacco to support their businesses. The tobacco industry spends an estimated $9.5 billion in marketing, resulting in $35 billion profit. Our children deserve to be protected and afforded the opportunity to grow, to learn, and to play in healthy environments. We are watching and will advocate for our children. A child walking to school in North Philadelphia passes 16 tobacco retailers, while a child walking into school in Chestnut Hill passes 1 retailer in that same distance. Now that is of utmost concern to us. Why would Chestnut Hill have a different marketing strategy than Germantown, where I live? North Philadelphia or West Philadelphia? That's a question. Children who start smoking don't just suffer physically. Smoking drives poverty not only through its costs, but by lowering income and increasing health costs. Our city's economic future does not depend on the tobacco sales. It depends on the ability of our children to thrive. We are watching and will be advocates for our children. We ask City Council to hear us and to work with us to change the future. Our children matter. The health of our communities matters. Yes, we are watching and will always advocate for our children because they deserve the very best. Vote no on Bill 180522. That is the position of our sorority. But also, unfortunately, I need to share with you that Ron Harper, who is the president of Citywide Board of Trustees in the city of Philadelphia, also could not be here today, but he felt it very important to share his letter. And this letter, which I believe you received on September 13th, 2018, but for the record, it indicates, at a meeting of Citywide Trustees on Monday, September 10, 2018, at the Canaan Baptist Church, we considered the impact of Council Bill number 180522 by Councilman Mark Squilla. The consensus of the group of 78 persons from 33 churches in the city of Philadelphia is that approval of this bill will put our children in harm's way, and in particular will harm children from certain communities, such as North Philadelphia and West Philadelphia, more so due to the greater availability of tobacco products in the community. Our sessions included pictures of how attractive retailers make their offerings of products commonly known to be harmful. The influence on children's minds is accepted from common experiences. The city's own Board of Health is opposed to this legislation and believes that the number of tobacco retailers should be limited in communities that already have a high number of tobacco sales outlets. We are especially concerned about tobacco sales near schools. But overall, in our communities where our children walk past tobacco outlets on their way to school, attrition of these outlets should be our goal, and not legalizing of the transfer of tobacco licenses. Passing of Council Bill number 180522 will undo the work of the Board of Health and contradicts a national effort to discourage the use of tobacco products. This bill goes against common sense. We urge you to resist the encouragement of tobacco lobbyists and vote against Council Bill number 180522.
Thank you.
I know, I just needed, okay, I'm going to stop right there for a second.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Councilwoman Reynolds Brown?
I noticed we have some other AKAs to my extreme left. 2 points I'd like to make. First, let me commend the Connection Committee of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. It is encouraging to know that we have women not in government on a regular basis who are doing what we ask, and that is paying attention. So the civic engagement is extremely encouraged. I appreciate your word sluggish, because but for the delay, we might not be having this conversation, but the facts you've presented are exceedingly compelling, and we appreciate your very informed, fact-based testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more people on this panel. Please come forward now. We are very behind. We have a Kevin T. Bell and Tarnetta Graham. So we'll just ask you to identify yourself, make your testimony. And panel 3, get ready. Janice Tangrady from They're 7-Elevens. Janice Tangrady, Balwinder or Winder Singh, Manzoor Chogtai, Bilal Barqawi, and Joseph DeFabrenti. Sorry for pronunciation.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Tanetta Graham, and I'm a proud resident of Strawberry Mansion, a 90% African-American neighborhood in North Philadelphia. As a concerned resident and the president of the Strawberry Mansion Community Development Corporation, it is very important for me to lend my voice to an issue that is causing generational harm to the most vulnerable citizens. That is, the predatory marketing and targeted use of flavored tobacco products on low-wealth African-American communities, with a special focus on youth. I commend this committee for inviting the public to express our concerns about this growing tobacco issue, and I am hopeful that the information shared with you today about flavored tobacco and targeted marketing towards youth in neighborhoods like Strawberry Mansion will intensify the tobacco discussion and prompt the reinforcement of regulations and monitoring of tobacco sales in Philadelphia. I'm going to tell you some of the voices from our youth, because that's who's being targeted here. In the summer of 2017, the Philadelphia Department of Public Health and the Strawberry Mansion CDC collaborated to facilitate a youth-led community engagement effort to learn more about youth attitudes and knowledge of tobacco use. The Get Healthy Philly Youth Tobacco Initiative surveyed over 400 African-American youth living in Strawberry Mansion, and it yielded striking results about youth tobacco use and profiling. One of the major findings was that 82% of its youth respondents were in favor of more laws to reduce the harmful effects of tobacco sales. This is a clear call for help. After analyzing their data, our youth survey suggested the following. 1, passing legislation to ban flavored tobacco and menthol tobacco use. 2, increased enforcement of tobacco-free school zones. 3, more enforcement and heavier penalties for retailers who sell tobacco to youth. Again, these are our young people that are talking. And 4, increased education and public awareness about counter-tobacco measures. We are proud of their work and excited to spread their message to representatives like yourselves so that you may hear their call for action and respond with measures that will protect them from a life of struggle of tobacco addiction. Maintaining and enhancing the current protective measures in place and voting against retracting any regulations is an action resonating in their voices. Do you hear them? Will you hear them? While the recent Food and Drug Administration Commissioner's movement toward prohibiting the sales of these menthol and fruit-flavored tobacco products is very timely, it has a way to go in enacting federal regulations to protect our youth. You, on the other hand, can take action now. More and more each day, our children of color are bombarded and making critical choices about embarking on a dangerous tobacco journey. We implore you to respond boldly and keep our school zones safe and alleviate neighborhoods like Strawberry Mansion from the heavy concentration of tobacco sales. In doing so, we'll send the message to our youth that their health is important, that their future is important, and that we choose their livelihood over tobacco, and most importantly, that their voices have been heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to have to take a 5-minute break for our stenographer, and we asked panel 3 the names I just read poorly. Janice Tangradi, Philadelphia Market Manager, 7-Eleven Inc. Balwinder Singh, Store Owner, 7-Eleven. Mansoor Chugtai, Store Owner, 7-Eleven. Bilal Barqawi, Store Owner, 7-Eleven and Luke Oil. And Joseph DeFabritis, Store Owner, 7-Eleven. You can sit at the table, 3 of you, and the other 2 may sit in the chairs right behind them. Thank you. Members of the panel who are in the room, please come up front and take your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Janice Tangrady, Market Manager for 7-Eleven.
Thank you. What's your name?
Janice Tangrady.
Okay, thanks.
Begin?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
very good. First of all, I wanted to thank you for allowing me to testify before you today, and I wanted to thank Councilman Squilla and the co-sponsors of this bill today. My name is Janice Tangrady. I'm the Market Manager for the 7-Eleven stores for 7-Eleven, Inc. in Philadelphia. I was born and raised here. I've actually been inspired by these experiences I'm having here at City Hall in government, and I was newly elected to committee person in 66B. I'm on the executive board for the Philadelphia Police Foundation. I'm the secretary there, Veterans Comfort House, and other boards, and I've lived my entire life here and love this great city. Our 7-Eleven franchisees live in this neighborhood, are very involved in their communities, of their 7-Eleven stores and of their own communities. The charities they support are endless, including the block parties of our many in this city of neighborhoods here. There are currently 55 7-Elevens, and we acquired 12 A-plus stores here. 7-Eleven locations are corporate and franchised, and we're committed to giving the best service to our customers. Since the last time we were here to discuss this bill, we've had to close 3 stores, which equates to millions of dollars lost in sales, equipment, and including a $500,000 lease that we had to be released from. We have currently 3 more stores that were turned back to corporate because the franchisees were not able to sell their stores without a tobacco license. And then we also have 10 A-plus stores that were newly acquired that were not awarded a tobacco license either. So we do anticipate in these stores a loss of approximately $1.5 million in the 3 stores, and totally it's about $7,500,000 in the group of stores that lost their licenses. And the others will likely fall to the same demise. So I guess to paint the picture a little more clearly is we have 67 stores, and on my mapping it shows me that I have 50 stores that cannot get licenses. And this is, critical to the financial situation of the city and our franchisees as well. We're going to be losing sales taxes, beverage taxes, tobacco taxes, business privilege taxes, and the support of the neighborhoods. We're a beacon in the night. We're a 24-hour business, and the communities count on us as a safe place to go. And I can count on one hand how many stores are open 24 hours in the city of Philadelphia here. But I'm here today to ask your support for this bill for the reasons I stated, but primarily on behalf of the 7-Eleven franchisees. They've invested time and money in their small businesses, and if passed, this would reinstate their investment on the small business owners. they've done the right thing, they've paid their taxes, they've kept up to date with their permits and licenses, they've not sold tobacco to minors. Each employee is trained on the proper procedures to sell cigarettes to age-verified adults only. We have in-house shopping services that completes unannounced shops to our stores on a monthly basis. We are responsible retailers who contribute to the city, and we're not those who would skirt the law. I know you know all the cap information that's in my testimony that I gave you, so I won't go through the capping situation. But when the Board of Health passed this ordinance 2 years ago, they had a huge negative impact on small business. And I'll leave it at that. But it's been over 2 years since the regulation went into effect, and you see the effects of what it's having just on my small business here of 57 stores. And I'm just asking you to consider this. When New York City passed similar regulations capping tobacco permits, the City Council included an exemption for existing retailers because they recognized how unfair it is that it would be to current business owners. The rules established a retailer cap but allowed the new owners of stores with existing tobacco licenses to continue to sell tobacco products, preserving the investment in New York's small business owners that they've made into the city. This bill does not expand tobacco permits. It does not impact the density cap. They will still exist. It simply conserves the investment of these business owners. The Philadelphia Board of Health adopts rules that have taken away the hard-earned equity in law-abiding businesses without any vote from City Council. And I just think that is simply wrong. We were, in attendance at the first meeting with the Board of Health and, did not realize it wasn't going to City Council at that particular time. So our voices were not heard. Everyone wants a solution to curb youth smoking and protect Philadelphia's small business, and this bill accomplishes this goal. This bill keeps new rules and penalties while maintaining the investment of small business owners who have played by the rules. For many reasons described and more, directly from our franchisees, we ask you to support and vote to pass this bill today. Bill number 185022. Thank you for your support and consideration for these comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next.
Hello, Chair Blackwell and member of the Finance Committee. On behalf of my 7-Eleven store and as a Philadelphia small business owner, thank you.
Give us your name.
I'm going to announce it right now. Thank you for allowing me to submit the Manzoor Chuktai.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to submit this testimony today. My name is Manzoor Chuktai. I have been in 7-Eleven franchisee for 31 years. My stores are located at 5800 Rising Sun, 1501 Cecil B. Moore. I started my business when I was 21 years old, and Janice was that time with the company. I was a little kid at the started. I'm 53 years old now. And I didn't investment anywhere else, just only in 7-Eleven. So my store has about 20 employees, 2 of them. And I have 2 stores in suburban, one in Glenside, one in Warminster. 7-Eleven franchisee, like me, have invested time and the money in our small businesses. We are responsible retailer who employ local citizens. I'm here today to ask you to pass this bill to help us maintain our investment in our small businesses. My store has a tobacco license and sell the product. We are committed preventing youth access to age-restricted product and have invested time and have money to that purpose. We at 7-Eleven store have a point-of-sale software that promotes our sale associated to the check ID and age-restricted product. We also invested in training our employee to prevent age restricted sale, tobacco product are kept behind the counters, not accessible without the assistance of the sales associate. I maintain a high level of training and provide friendly service and convenience to my customer. Also, 7-Eleven has a program to conduct random mystery shop that can occur any hour of the day. All these programs help my franchisee store maintain best practice and compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next. Please give us your name.
My name is Bilal Barkawi.
Yes.
I'm the Vice President of the Franchise Owner Association of 7-Eleven. I represent all the business owners of the Lukoil. But today, I'm not here to represent all of them. I'm here to represent myself and my family too. I'm here to represent myself, my wife, and my kids. I have been a Philadelphia business owner since 1991. I have been selling tobacco and cigarettes since that time till now. I have never, ever been cited or have any violation or tickets for selling to minors. I do not smoke. My wife does not smoke. My 2 boys, they never smoke. It always starts from the family, how you raise your kids. It's not at our convenience stores. I really appreciate if you can give me your attention for a few minutes, please. It always starts with the family. It never started with a convenience store by selling to minors. It's how you raise your kids. When you ask the commissioner about the data, he does not have the data. I do have the data. I have it over here, and I would like you to have a look at it. For the last 7 years, here is the data on a monthly basis that I have been checked by secret shoppers, and I have passed. I have the records by the city of Philadelphia. I have been checked, and I have passed. I have a document that every and each employee have to sign before he starts selling tobacco or anything in the store. All of them, I have all the data, and if anyone, I really appreciate that you can show it to Councilman, please. These are the evidence that we have. It's not the data that he was talking about. The thing that the commissioner, or the issue is not us. The issue, I respect everything that he's doing. He cannot go after the big fish. He's going after the small business people like us. He cannot go after the cigarette companies. Let's join hands and go after them. He cannot go after the tobacco companies. He's coming after me. What did I do wrong? All the instructions, all the things, and the requirement that he needs, I have been doing for the last 27 years. All my life, I've been investing in the city of Philadelphia, and now I'm 62 years old. It's time for retirement, $500,000 store that it's worth zero. Why? Because he want to give this investment to somebody else next to me. When you ask him the question, one of you, Councilman, he asked him a question, did you start this, did you see it in other cities? Do you know what he did? He went all the way to San Francisco. He did not go to Bucks County. He did not go to Montgomery County. He did not go to Delaware County. All of these businesses, do you know, did he tell you the data, how many tobacco outlets on the border of city of Philadelphia right now? 6, 7, 8 on every border. They're taking our business. Why? What did I do wrong? What did we do wrong with small businesses? We believed in Philadelphia. We want to believe in Philadelphia. We want to continue in Philadelphia. We are the Philadelphians. We elect you guys. We believe in you guys. You need us. We need you. We are here to stay. We did not do anything wrong. We are giving the business to Bucks County. We're giving the business to Delaware County. We're giving the business to Montgomery County. Why? What did we do wrong? The fines, I'm with him. When you came with the new rules and regulations with $2, I was sitting with this lady. I testified in front of her when she came with the $2. You remember that day in the round table, lady? I was with you. $20 over, let's do it. Fines, let's do it. I have a proposal to him. I have a small proposal. Now they're charging $250, $500, $1,000, and then you take the license in 2 years. Let's do it. $500, $1,000. And guess what? Let's hurt ourselves. You want to reduce the number of outlets? I will help you, Mr. Commissioner. I will help you. Let us hurt ourselves. Let us do wrong. Let us sell to minors. Take my store and take my license, and this way you do not renew your license. Make it 500. Make it 1,000. Let us do it to ourselves. Don't do it to me. I'm not going to go after your 401k. I'm not going to go after your retirement. You're coming after my retirement. Why? Who are you? I'm not after you. You want to do the job? Let's join hands. I want to be on your committee. I will be on your committee. I will help you how not to sell minors. But if I have all the records for you guys, I have it here. I follow your instructions. And you are telling me, because you have been doing everything we asked you for all the years before, we want to punish you and want to take your retirement? I beg you, vote yes for this, please. You need me, I need you. You need us, we need you. We are here to stay. I can help you. We can help you. These councilmen over here, all the respect. Let's join hands. It's not one man show decision. 1,700 stores that you want to close. Tell me how you want to do it. Oh, you want to close it? You will wait for me till I die, then you reduce one license. Why? What did I do? You're waiting for me to die, so you reduce one license. What about my kids? What about my family? What about my retirement? Are you telling me when I reach the age of 65, I want to wait till my son give me a bucket money? Will you do that to yourself? Will you accept that I touch your retirement, your family? No. Will you accept I touch your 401k? No. Why you want to touch my investment? Why you want to touch it? I am here to stay. I want to help you. Put me in your committee and I will help you, sir. I'm with you. Now, you talk about the picture that you sent to Wawa. That's not true picture. That's a grand opening. They ask you a question, can you go after Wawa and tell them to not sell cigarettes? The answer is no. Then you're taking my business to others. Why? What did I do wrong? You're telling me $500,000 that I invested? Sorry, I cannot help you with anything. You are telling me 1,700 stores will be closed. Do you know what city of Philadelphia is going to lose out of that? State tax, tobacco tax, sugar tax, payroll tax, business privilege tax. Do you know how many employees, if each store of us is having an average of 5 to 7 stores, you're telling me that all of a sudden city of Philadelphia will be having approximately 100,000 unemployed. Why? Why? If you cannot go after the big companies, don't come after me. I beg you guys, please vote yes. Please vote yes. Help us to save our business, to save Philadelphia, and to save my retirement and save my family. Thank you. I'm ready for any question. I'm ready for any question, please. And if anyone who wants to check these documents, please do.
Thank you. Councilman Dom?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for your testimony. I have a question I just wanted to put on the record to see where you stood. You were in favor of dramatically increasing the penalties and fines if anyone sells to a minor.
I'm with it.
Okay. Would you be in favor if someone sold to a minor, that their license would be revoked?
First time,
Yes.
be fair. If somebody make a mistake, will you chop his head or you slap him in the face?
I think in the Liquor Control Board, on a liquor license, when you sell to a minor, you can lose your license. That's why I'm asking, just mirroring it after that.
I'm fine. I leave the judgment to you because I believe in you. I elect you to be representing me, and I believe in
Because
judgment.
I think-
My question is, Your Honor.
No, one of the
Please.
biggest issues I think I have and my colleagues is we don't want this product, if it's sold at all, to be sold to minors. It can't happen, and it is happening. 'Cause Dr. Farley testified it's happening. So my question is, in exchange for that, would you agree to a suspension of the license after the first infraction? Because that would send a very strong message that we're not going to tolerate it.
If that's the only option you think of, I'm in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I do have a comment. Chairwoman, I'm sorry, I do have a comment.
Councilman O?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chairwoman, I do have a comment. See, the thing is, we're not going to lose any taxes, just so you know. Because, and that is my problem with the regulations as it is with the health commissioner, if we have 1,000 stores, we're going to have 500 stores. The 500 stores will pick up your business and continue to sell the people who purchase it. So I don't see that there's going to be a reduction in profits, taxes, or cigarette sales. Now, listen, I know you want to argue with me, but you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I don't want to argue with you.
What I'm saying is, if the regulation would reduce the number of smokers or cigarette sales, I could understand why it's being done. But the only thing that I see is you're reducing the number of retailers, not the number of cigarettes sold, not the number of people smoking. I just see that instead of 2 stores, I have 1 store, so I can't go to this store, so me and everybody else goes to that store. I don't understand how this, other than optics, improves health. It is a statement by the city, I understand that smoking's bad for you. However, I don't see that it has an impact, and I don't see how it is being done in a fair, predictable manner. You know, so I really would like to, if I could believe that it had an impact enough that it actually reduced cigarette sales or tax revenues because of the reduction, I do see that all these things do, higher prices, lead people to purchase outside the city. That's what I see, and I think we have the data for that, and it's been provided to us. But the issue as to whether or not it improves health is very doubtful to me at this point in time. Thank you.
Mr. Hu, I think me and you were on the same page. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Hello, my name's Joe DeFabritis. I own a 7-Eleven store on Broad Street, 2300 South Broad. Been a franchisee for over 35 years. When I was a young guy, I was ambitious. I wanted to do something on my own to try to build a future for myself, my family, build for retirement. Hopefully in the end there'd be something. The way this stands now is there's nothing in the end, because no one would be interested in either purchasing my store without tobacco. You're not only losing the tobacco sale, but you're losing a customer that might come in for the tobacco that may buy other stuff and create other sales. So it's an intangible that no new person that would want to come in and probably take that risk. And that's even if you could sustain, because with the expenses rising over the past 35 years, it's tough to make it as it is, and then now you're taking a piece of the pie that's in volume-wise is big, not necessarily a high profit item, but it's a big sale item, and it brings people into the store. So, you know, I have a problem with that, because I've worked all these years assuming that in the end there would be something, and now I feel like there's nothing. I mean, there's a wall in front of my store as far as I'm concerned, and no one can come in and I can't get out as far as from ownership of the business. Now, is that fair? because I'm sure people that are advocating to keep it as is, they probably have a 401k or a pension, that if somebody came to them and said, I'm going to take that away from you, I don't think they would be too happy. And this is what's happening. So a few of you council members mentioned a win-win situation. Well, it isn't a win-win situation, because the way it stands is, we're not sure if it's a win, because like you said, that they're going to go to another store. They have plenty of options. All you're doing is taking the business that I've created and pushed it around the corner or a block away or whatever. And maybe now my employees that I have no job no more because it's not sustainable. So, you know, I'm troubled by this, because I've invested a lot of time, money, energy, stress. You know, we're in a volatile business that's 7 days, 24 hours, where, you know, we've dealt with robbery, shoplifting, you know, not to say the employee problem that's known, with either turnover or issues behind the counter. So I'm very troubled. I think it's dire, and I don't know why we're sitting here talking about this, because you're taking away our financial future that we created. You know, I've worked 35 years, that in the end I thought there would be something. You know, I sat down with the buyer that was interested, but once he found out that, you know, there were no cigarette sales, he wants no parts of it. Of course, like I said, there's an intangible. Not only do you lose the tobacco sales, but what else are you losing? Because now my customer's going somewhere else, buying his tobacco and maybe his drink or something to eat. I'm losing all that. So I'm left with nothing as it stands now, which I think is pretty horrendous, because it's not fair to a guy that's dedicated 35 years in one business to try to build a future, and now there is no future. I don't know. I mean, listen, I have 2 young kids because I didn't want to start a family young, because, you know, I committed myself to the business and knew I wouldn't have time to spend with my family. So as the years went on and I created more time, I created a family later in my life, which, whatever, you know, there's pros and cons about that, but, you know, I didn't want to shortchange my children because I was dedicating my time and energy to my business. Now that I'm looking to try to maybe branch out and spend more time with them, I can't, because I can't go nowhere, because I'm stuck. And it's not a good feeling, believe me. You know, a couple years ago, I don't want to get too personal, but I had some health issues, whether it's because of the stress of the business or whatever. And, you know, the store struggled because I missed some time. I was out of the business for a while. So, you know, that's how important it was for me to be there and to be there. And I got back now, and I've turned it around a little bit, but, you know, I know I don't look in my 60s, but I am. Which is probably a problem too, because I always felt like I was younger than I am. But I'm getting there, and I'm starting to feel it. So I just hope that there's some consideration of where I'm coming with, you know, all this time and energy I put in, and now I'm left with nothing. It's you know, I could sit here and cry, but I don't want to do that. So there should be something that allows us to move forward. And the way it stands, we're not. And like a few of you pointed out, that a new store is a new store. You don't want to issue a new license, that's fine. Has no harm, no foul, no new license, it's done. An existing store is not a new store. It's an existing store that a person who has spent time in that store has built up and should have some value to pass it on to whoever, whether it's your children or another potential buyer. We're stuck. And it's just not fair at the, you know, at the footstep of the gate that now there's no ground to stand on. I don't know. So,
let me tell you why I was so wanted to get it out, because when we had the compromise last hearing, and I met with Farmer, it was going to be 2 and 15.
Well, I pretty much covered everything I wanted to talk about. I just ask you on a closing note to please consider some type of transfer or able to keep the store operating under its current condition. Whether you want to, I know there was rumors that maybe you would be allowed to transfer it twice. Something that at least allows some exit plan for the people that are in a position like I, which I'm sure there are a lot, who's, like Bilal's been 30 years, whatever, Manzoor's been in a long time. A lot of us have been a long time in business, and we can't make a move. We're stuck. So please consider passing this bill to give us an opportunity to move forward for the time and effort that we've put into this point. God bless you all, and I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Thank you very much. I think that is this panel. Thank you all very much. Panel 4, Diane Phillips, Director of Government Relations, American Cancer Society Action Network. Jacob Zajic, American Cancer, American Heart Association, and Lance Butcher, Division Senior Director, American Lung Association. Is a Chad Ross here? I see his name is written. We will take him. And then there's just one panel left for all those people we're holding up. We're in the hallway for their hearing. I apologize. They were here for a 1 o'clock hearing, so you can feel free to summarize your statements or tell us the gist of what it is and how you feel. We're happy to accept that as well. And we note that we also have written testimony from Darrell Davis at the Chamber of Commerce. All right. Thank you. Introduce yourself to the record and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Blackwell. My name is, and members of the committee, my name is Diane Phillips, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. ACS-CAN is the nonprofit, nonpartisan advocacy affiliate of the American Cancer Society, and we're dedicated to eliminating cancer as a major health problem. ACS-CAN is opposed to Bill number 180-522, legislation that would roll back existing regulations and allow new retailers to obtain tobacco permits in neighborhoods with very high densities of existing retailers or near schools. When these regulations were originally promoted, they were a step forward for public health. As you've heard earlier today, smoking remains the leading cause of death in Philadelphia. Over 35 Philadelphians are killed every year by tobacco products, making tobacco the top cause of preventable death in the city. Smoking rates in Philadelphia are highest among the 10 largest U.S. cities and are highest in low-income neighborhoods. Preventing tobacco use by children is one of the best strategies that we can do to promote health in our communities. Tobacco products contain nicotine, a highly addictive substance. The clear majority of today's adults who smoke, 90%, began smoking before the age of 19. And let's also be clear what the industry currently does. It currently manipulates the content of tobacco products to make the nicotine more addictive. And if you've been following news stories, you'll also know that the industry is adding flavors to make tobacco products a lot more inviting to children and people of all ages. This has long been a strategy of big tobacco. If you can get a young person to begin using tobacco at an early age, you can have a consumer for life. Never mind the risk to that life, a risk of developing cancer, heart disease, asthma, and other lung ailments. Smoking can also seriously harm kids while they are still young. Aside from the immediate bad breath, irritated eyes and throat, and increased heartbeat and blood pressure, short-term harms from youth smoking include respiratory problems, reduced immune function, increased illness, tooth decay, gum disease, and precancerous gene mutations. Alarmingly, tobacco use, including electronic cigarettes, is almost 28% among youth in Philadelphia. And what's happening here is, we have worked for the last couple decades to reduce tobacco use among youth. And now with the advent of flavored tobacco products, that is taking a turn towards increasing use. According to the City Department of Public Health, Philadelphia has more than twice as many retailers per capita as other major U.S. cities. As of June 2016, Philadelphia had 2.21 tobacco retailers per 1,000 residents, compared to an estimated 1.2 in Washington, D.C., 1.15 to 1.27 in Los Angeles, 1.15 in New York City, 1.05 in San Francisco, and 0.092 in Chicago. The department also notes that tobacco retailers are heavily concentrated in low-income neighborhoods. Philadelphia's low-income neighborhoods have 69% more tobacco retailers overall, and 63% more tobacco retailers within 500 feet of schools than high-income neighborhoods. Some low-income neighborhoods have 3 times as many tobacco retailers per capita as high-income neighborhoods. Promoting tobacco sales near schools, playgrounds, and places frequented by young people is not new. In a program entitled Big Tobacco, Tiny Targets, the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids notes how the industry advertises to kids near schools throughout the world. Kids are more susceptible to cigarette advertising and marketing than adults. 81.3% of youth smokers aged 12 to 17 prefer Marlboro, Newport, and Camel, the 3 most heavily advertised brands, while only 62% of smokers aged 26 or older prefer these brands. In 2014, the U.S. Surgeon General reported that tobacco industry advertising and promotion cause youth and young adults to start smoking, and nicotine addiction keeps people smoking past those ages. The regulations do not affect existing retailers. Those already in business can retain their permits if they renew them annually and avoid selling to children. As noted in recent news stories, children are using flavored tobacco products at an alarming rate. To promote public health in the community and to safeguard the youth in the city, we ask you to support the existing regulations for tobacco retailers and to oppose Bill number 18522.
Thank you very much. Let's continue.
Terrific. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Chairwoman Blackwell and the members of this council. My name is Jake Zaitchik, and I'm here this afternoon representing the American Heart Association and all of our terrific advocates throughout the city. The American Heart Association also opposes this legislation, which is subject to the hearing. The members of this committee and city council already understand tobacco use and its harms and its causes, and the bill before you today would expose more teens and children to the marketing onslaught of one of the deadliest industries in human history. That is why we strongly encourage you to abandon this course. The Board of Health was very thoughtful and very measured in the development of the retailer permit policy that this bill would undo, and the council in a unanimous vote lauded the policy and the board. The bill before you today would begin to destruct that very protective policy. It is no accident that Philadelphia's youth and adult smoking rates remain high relative to other large American cities, and the tobacco retailer density in this city is greater than American cities. As a constituent of the first council district, a father of a 2-year-old son, and also the representative of the American Heart Association and our terrific advocates, I urge the bill sponsor, Councilman Squilla, to withdraw this bill and for the committee not to take any action that would advance it. Council members, you don't need to choose between small business and the health of Philadelphians, particularly skilled children. That is a false choice. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your morning and afternoon and attention to allowing us to speak today.
Philadelphia City Council and the Finance Committee. The American Lung Association thanks you for the opportunity to submit testimony for the record on the tobacco sales and bill number 180522. My name is Sarah Lauber. I am the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association in Pennsylvania, and I am speaking on behalf of Lance Bushi, the Division Senior Director, State Advocacy, Eastern Division of American Lung Association. The Lung Association believes that any changes to current law should prioritize the health and well-being of all of those living in Philadelphia. Bill number 180522 would considerably increase the number of stores selling tobacco near schools and in low-income neighborhoods in Philadelphia, unduly putting children at risk for increased tobacco initiation and higher risk of nicotine addiction. The Lung Association also strongly opposes Bill number 180522. Tobacco is the leading cause of preventable death in Philadelphia and the United States, killing more than 3,500 Philadelphians and more than 22,000 Pennsylvanians each year. It causes or exacerbates a wide range of adverse health effects, including lung cancer and lung disease, such as asthma and respiratory infections. Of more than 200,000 kids who will become new, regular, daily smokers each year, almost a third will ultimately die from it. According to the 2018 State of Tobacco Control, 32.3% of Pennsylvania high school students report using tobacco products. In addition to the approximately 600 ingredients, tobacco products contain nicotine, a chemical that, according to the U.S. Surgeon General, is highly addictive and can alter adolescent brain development. We cannot forget about the health risks of electronic cigarettes. E-cigarettes are unregulated tobacco products and are the most commonly used tobacco products amongst kids. Almost all e-cigarettes contain nicotine. And according to the newest CDC report, use of e-cigarettes among high school students has increased by 78% from 2017 to 2018, leading the FDA to declare an epidemic. More than 1 in 4 high school students use e-cigarettes regularly, for a total of 3 million across the United States. Increasing the number of tobacco retailers in Philadelphia would expose more young people to advertising in retail stores where tobacco products are sold. While tobacco advertising on television, radio, and billboards is restricted, advertising in the retail environment, as Dr. Farley mentioned, including inside, outside, and on the retail outlet property, is largely unregulated. A large body of research, however, shows that tobacco marketing does increase youth tobacco use and thwarts current users' attempts to quit. The evidence demonstrates that a consequence of Bill number 180522 would be increasing youth tobacco initiation and use. The city of Philadelphia already has more than twice as many retailers per capita than other major U.S. cities, and those retailers are disproportionately concentrated in low-income neighborhoods. The Lung Association recommends limiting the number of tobacco retailers near stores and other areas frequented by youth as a robust policy option. Public health threats as far-reaching and entrenched as tobacco use require using multiple approaches to save lives and protect Pennsylvania's most vulnerable population, youth. It is clear that Bill number 180522 fails to prioritize the health and well-being of those living in Philadelphia. The American Lung Association in Pennsylvania urges you to oppose Bill number 180522 to protect young people living in Philadelphia from a lifetime addiction to nicotine and suffering from tobacco-related diseases and premature death. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Chad Ross, and I am a current dental student at Temple University, Cornbrook School of Dentistry. I chose Temple because of its clinical prowess and reputation. The low socioeconomic status North Philadelphia area almost exclusively relies on us for care. Plain and simple, we get to treat more patients than other dental students around the country and be more confident when we graduate. What I did not know going in was how ravaged this population is by tobacco. Everyone here knows cigarettes kill people. The sky is blue, the grass is green, and cigarettes are the #1 killer in Philadelphia. It's been in all of our testimony from the people who are sitting at this table. I find myself desensitized. During each new patient exam, I find much more often than not, a patient answers yes to, do you have type 2 diabetes? Do you have hypertension? Are you a current smoker? I'm here today because I represent the future oral health care providers who will be inheriting the public health decisions that are enacted by policymakers. We already have twice as many tobacco retailers as any other big city like New York or Los Angeles. By allowing this bill to pass, we will perpetuate the overabundance of tobacco retailers in Philadelphia. I know what you may be thinking. If someone wants a cigarette, they're gonna walk the extra 6 blocks to get it. So who cares if we decrease the number of tobacco retailers? That's been brought up a lot. Now, these people may buy the cigarette, but let's be clear, they don't want it. According to the World Health Organization, 70% of current smokers want to stop smoking. And firsthand, I've had numerous heart-aching conversations with patients about what it's like to quit something that's so addictive that they know is killing them. If what Councilman Squilla said is true, that people are buying tobacco away from where they live, this is great news. The Board of Health's plan is working in my eyes. As a healthcare provider, if what's currently in place is making people travel further for tobacco, if it's inconveniencing them, making them travel away from their normal routine to get cigarettes, this is an overwhelming victory. In terms of cessation, just a small inconvenience, like having to take a bus or walking a few extra blocks, may save a person from relapsing. The number of quit attempts on average is 11 times nationally. 11 times. How many of you have kept trying after 11 failures at anything? I know I haven't. Just imagine what the number of quit attempts are in Philadelphia. When your body and mind are crying out for something every second that you crave and what you want is on every block, no matter where you go, how are people ever supposed to quit? What's even more shocking, more than 40% of patients smoked again after having non-small cell lung cancer, one of the deadliest cancers surgically removed. Let's not confuse addiction with autonomy. I'd like to read aloud to you the Surgeon General's warning that is on each box of cigarettes. Warning, smoking causes lung cancer, heart disease, emphysema, and may complicate pregnancy. That's very compelling, but incomplete. It seems they have left out one of the most debilitating to Philadelphia, oral cancer. There is a proven link between tobacco and oral cancer. 8 out of 10 oral cancer patients are smokers. There are 4 cancer centers which bear the weight of treating cancer patients in Philadelphia: Fox Chase Cancer Center, UPenn, Jefferson, and Temple. No one is warned of oral cancer on the cigarette box, so surely it must be rare. On the contrary, at Temple alone, 22 individual patients were being discussed for just one day last week. Just the base operation cost around $100,000. But what cannot be quantified is how much this costs after the cancer is removed to the patient and the taxpayers. Radiation, chemotherapy, having to get all of your teeth pulled out before the radiation, relearning to eat and speak with loss of half your tongue, or floor of the mouth, or removing half your mandible. This surgery is not like getting your appendix out with no complications and you're back to work. The owner of the corner store who had his tongue resected due to oral cancer, his main goal is now just trying to be human again, but he'll live forever in pain. These are not horror stories. This is happening right now and we can stop it together. This is the time to make the difference. Vote against this bill on behalf of all the citizens of Philadelphia and the healthcare providers who care for them.
Thank you very much. Councilman Squilla?
Thank you, and David, thank you, because I know we met in my office too, and I appreciate all your input, concern, and research that you've done on this, and I know we disagree on the end result, but all those things that you say are true, and unfortunately, the regulations that are in place does not prevent any of them. And so, we are, again, looking to enforce the regulations that are in place and to make sure that minors do not smoke, and we're looking even to introduce another bill to make it even harder, like Councilman Dom had said earlier, where people have infractions on selling to minors, they will definitely lose their license, and all these things are important. So thank you for your advocacy, and we appreciate your knowledge base on this.
Thank you all. We're now up to our final panel. Thank you all. We will ask, and we say that to the committee that was supposed to be in here at 1 o'clock. This is our last panel. Stephen Zhu, President, Greater Philadelphia Chinese Restaurant. Elizabeth Rodriguez, Asociación de Bodegas. Tiffany Rodriguez, Youth Advocate, Temple University. Tuck Yaw, Constituents, and Molly Mitchell, Moms Clean Air Force. That is it. If there is someone else who would like to testify, please come to the side and let us know. Otherwise, we'll assume these are the last 5 folks to testify, and we will let the next hearing commence as soon as we're finished here. I thank you all for your patience, and I'm sorry that this has been a difficult hearing. Thank you. Feel free to identify yourself and start your testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Dear Chairperson, Councilwoman Jenny Brewell.
Yes, sir.
And the council member, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Xu, President of Greater Philadelphia Chinese Restaurant Association. I'm here to represent many Chinese takeout restaurant business owners supporting Councilman Mark Square Bill 180522. The reason we are here to support the bill because the bill will save so many small business operations and the value of a takeout restaurant. We are not coming to oppose to raise tobacco retailer permit fee from 50 to 300. We are not coming to oppose bury new permit within 500 feet of any K-12 school. We are not coming to oppose suspension who selling tobacco to the minor, but we are here for who made life-saving investment to be back when they are waiting to be retired, to transfer their store to their kid family member, interesting buyer. In the history of Philadelphia neighborhood, small takeout restaurant is a small convenience store who we call one-stop shopping food store. Customer walk in to get a food, drink, cigarette, snack, candy, out-counter medicine, and so on. Without tobacco license, customer will turn to other store to purchase their needed. The business owner will lose customers. Therefore, they would like to have the tobacco permit. Without a permit, store will lose the value, no value to the new intended business owner. When we create a rule, we should create a fair rule, not hurting someone and benefit others. We are understanding smoking is not healthy, but we need a fair rule, not someone is beneficial, someone is loser. City Health Department target is reduce smoker, but the 1,000 population, one permit will reduce smoker. We doubt it can reduce smoker number. We can learn from the New York City. When New York City passed similar regulation, capping tobacco permit, their city council included an exemption existing retailers because they recognize how unfair this would be to current business owner. Their rule established a retail cap, but it allowed a new owner of the store with existing tobacco license to continue to selling tobacco product, preserving the investment New York's small business owner have made in the city. Why we cannot do it to keep issue license, no more new tobacco permit issued to avoid store loss value, who, as Mayor Kenny said, the intent of the rule wasn't to close the store. Therefore, we are here to support this bill, which is never to take an asset from the store owner. Thank you, council person who made this bill. Hope it can be approved today. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez.
Tiffany Rodriguez. First and foremost, greetings. I want to thank the chairman and members of the committee for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Tiffany Rodriguez, and I'm a full-time student at Temple University. I'm a native of North Philadelphia and an advocate since 2015. I have been very active in public health, community development, and advocacy for minorities, especially for Philadelphia's youth. I started by joining the Advocacy Institute, a local youth empowerment program. Through the Advocacy Institute, I have been advocating for Philly's youth, teaching them about the importance of healthy lifestyles and further education. Being a native of North Philadelphia, I grew up around many corner stores that sell tobacco products. I remember when I was younger, walking to school and passing at least 4 corner stores that sold tobacco products. Considering my walking distance was only less than half a mile away, blows my mind to this day. By the time I got to high school, half of everyone I knew was a cigarette smoker. The tobacco retailer density policy that the Board of Health passed was a beacon of hope that would reduce the predatory targeting of urban communities by reducing the overall number of tobacco retailers and the number of tobacco retailers near our schools. This bill will only increase the number of stores selling tobacco in low-income neighborhoods and near schools in Philadelphia. Smoking still remains the leading cause of death in Philadelphia. Do we really want more youth smoking and less success when attempting to quit smoking? If you pass this bill, it will indicate that you are proving to care more about money than the well-being and health of others. Being that I was born and raised in around tons of tobacco retailers and exposed to these deadly products at such a young age in my community, I also could have fallen into the same path as my stepfather, who passed away from lung cancer because he had easy access to these deadly products. I will continue to advocate and fight to preserve an important regulation that will prevent someone else's loved one from dying from tobacco products and young people from ever starting. I mean, seriously, it's 2018. Can we please stop putting money before the health of people and not undo what the Board of Health put in place to protect our vulnerable communities? Thank you, members of City Council, for the opportunity to have me speak today.
Good afternoon. I'm going to make this brief in the interest of time. I appreciate everyone sticking around so long today. My name is Molly Michael. I'm a field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force, which is an organization that works to protect kids from air pollution and climate change. So I want to make 3 points. The first point is I started smoking when I was 13, and the first pack of cigarettes I bought was at a gas station, the Circle K, across the street from my school. Now, I take my children to school at Southwark in Councilman Squilla's district, and we pass 6 tobacco retailers on the way to a school that serves 910 children who are majority low income and majority minority. And we all know that these are the kids that the tobacco industry consistently preys on. My next point and last point, because I want to let everyone go today, in my work on environmental issues, I have heard the argument time and again that we have to make a choice between a healthy environment and a healthy economy. I have been told time and again by industry that unless we allow industries like tobacco to run roughshod over our public health, we're going to lose jobs, we're going to lose money, we're going to lose all of these things. So what I would ask City Council to consider today is that I don't believe that there is a choice between the economy and public health. What I believe is if we were willing to give billions of dollars of incentives to a company like Amazon to come to Philadelphia, why aren't we looking at creative ways to help our small businesses in this city without running roughshod over the public health of our most vulnerable communities, namely our children? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tak Yao. I'm a Chinese. I'm 52 years old. I have a small family, like 1 daughter, 12 years old, and my wife. Smoking is a heavy smoker, like 30 years. One day I can smoke like 2 bags of 20 piece a box. I won 2012. I get a bypass heart surgery. I stay in the hospital about 2 years. I let everybody know I want to share my story. Smoking creates a lot of problems and kill yourself. I try to quit, but 2016 I have a stroke. Half of my body cannot move. I still stay in the hospital almost 1 month. I try to share my story to everybody, help a lot of young guys, they start to smoke. I can see a lot of students on the corner, they are smoking. They hide in the neighborhood. I hope that you can do something about that. I try to quit smoking. I listen to my doctor. I try to smoke. No smoke anymore. I quit. But now I didn't smoke. I hope that I can do it. Everybody can do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I will be brief, but I felt it would be remiss if I did not speak up. I am a parent of 4 boys who are 10, 12, 18, and 23 years old. I live in Philadelphia. I work in Philadelphia. I live in the 10th district. I am very concerned that people are saying that it is about parenting. I have a husband. We do not smoke. However, it is horrifying for me to assume that individuals believe that they can move into the neighborhood that I live in and feel as if they can sell products and comment about profit. It is challenging for me, as particularly when my children walk from the subway station at Logan to home and they pass 4 retailers with tobacco products. I do not speak about politics with my sons, but I said to my son the other day, I don't want to go to that store because of the advertisement. He said, oh, Mom, he's 12 years old, middle school. He said, we see these products everywhere. We see tobacco advertisement everywhere. I feel that if I must, I feel like I should not have to move to Chestnut Hill to have a safe, clean environment that is tobacco-free and non-predatory. I feel like there are many parents like myself that may not have been able to take the day off to speak to you all, but we are counting on City Council to consider my children and all of the children in North and West Philadelphia whose parents may not be able to be here and advocate for them. Thank you. I did. I'm sorry. My name is Nine Sellers.
The Sergeant at Arms handed me one more person's name. And I'm looking to see,
Yeah, that was her.
here it is.
No, she
Not-
just spoke. She just spoke.
Sellers, yes.
Yeah, she just
Okay.
spoke.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else to testify? Are we okay with the committee members?
Yes.
All right, seeing none, that will conclude our hearing. We will now into our stated meeting, and we're ready to begin our voting process. The chair recognizes Councilman Greenlee for a motion on the amendment to Bill number 171009.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer an amendment to Bill number 171009. Copied amendment has been circulated to the members. I move for the adoption of the amendment.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to Bill number 171009 be approved. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries and Bill number 171009 has been amended. The chair again recognizes Councilman Greenlee for a motion on Bill number 171009 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 171009 as amended be reported from this committee with favorable recommendation, and further move the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
It has been moved and properly seconded that Bill number 171009 as amended be reported from this committee with the favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading of this bill at our next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries, and Bill number 171009, as amended, will be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation and a request that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading at our next session of council. The chair now recognizes Councilman Squilla for a motion on the amendment to Bill number 180552.
522.
522.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer amendment to Bill number 180522. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of the committee. I move the adoption of this amendment.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to Bill number 180522 be approved. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion carries, and Bill number 180522 has been amended.
Can I say what the amendment is?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I just wanted to say the amendment to that bill was to allow the transfer of sales for tobacco licenses to be 2 and 10 years max in areas that are dense licenses. That was the amendment of the bill. But now, the amendment passed, but now we have to vote on the bill as amended, just to be clear.
The chair again recognizes Councilmember Squilla for a motion on Bill number 180522 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill as amended be moved out of committee with a favorable recommendation without a suspension of the rules.
Can I speak, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to recognize Councilman Squilla's efforts on trying to reach a consensus on this bill. I know he is trying to support the small businesses. As I stated earlier, though, I can't support this bill. I think we need to keep moving forward to try to lessen the amount of places that sell cigarettes as much as possible. So where I certainly appreciate the councilman's efforts, I will be voting no to move this bill out of committee. Thank you.
Mark, can I make a statement?
It has been moved, and Councilman O.
Thank you very much. I do understand how important health is, and I appreciate everybody's perspective. It's a tough issue for us. I will say, listen, I'd be happy to make cigarettes illegal across the United States. Unfortunately, it's legal in the United States, it's legal in our region, and it's even legal under the ordinance or the regulations as it currently is. In every section of Philadelphia, you're not removing the sale of cigarettes, you're just reducing the number of retailers, and so cigarettes will continue to be sold in the same quantity and amount throughout the neighborhoods. The only thing that this bill does, in my opinion, I know we have differences of opinion here, is that some businesses will go out of business and other businesses will have more cigarette sales. I would be happy if we could do something that would reduce the actual number of cigarettes. That being said, it's a tough vote, and at the end of the day, we do want to have a positive impact on health. So that is the issue before us, and I appreciate everybody's input today, and we will take this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment that one of the, I think, important facts that I've gotten out of this meeting today is, and Councilman Squilla mentioned, and we mentioned it earlier, that I will look to see with my colleagues if we can do legislation that will allow us to suspend a license for selling cigarettes if they're sold to a minor, because that should be on the first episode, and that to me is something that is very, very important. So just sending that message out to all those who sell cigarettes, even though it's not a law now, that suspension on the first, there's penalties. I would retrain everybody. I would make sure they're not sold to minors. We do not want any sold to minors, period, end of story. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Bass.
Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to join with my colleagues and just echo the sentiment of, really being appreciative and thankful to Councilman Squilla for really working hard. We really tried to find compromise on this bill. And although in the end, we weren't able to reach the level of compromise that I felt comfortable with, which was addressing the saturation of licenses in vulnerable neighborhoods. So I'm not going to be able to vote for it. But I really do appreciate the effort and the spirit in which you conducted yourself in really trying to find that compromise. And you never know, we are all open to trying to find some compromise in the future if we're able to do it around that saturation issue. So that's something that we can take going forward. And again, many thanks to the committee. Thank you. And to everyone who came and testified. Thank you.
That's right. Certainly, I agree that Councilman Squilla does an excellent job in council for his people, and we thank him for his commitment.
Right.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too, Councilman Squill, I want you to know I learned some lessons in diplomacy from you through this process, and do want to say thank you for trying to very carefully balance the interests of neighborhood small businesses. You know, our commercial quarters and vacancies are extremely important, but at the same time, that issue of density, and that was one that was very trying to get through during this issue. But I want to thank you for teaching some lessons and for the model that you set and the way you went about trying to reach some much needed compromise. I thank you so much for it.
Thank you very much.
I join the chorus. I join the chorus, Councilman Squilla. Trying to find a common ground is never easy, where you're trying to weigh all sides in a way that's responsible, period. At the end of the day, the scale for me tips to the issue of health and children and health. I would say that more work needs to be done on the issue. To Dom's point, yes, we do need to stiffen penalties for those who don't get it when it comes to selling tobacco in our communities. And so I would hope that this issue won't go away, because the problem is not fixed. It's not fixed at all. At the end of the day, the issue of health and children tips me to vote no on this bill.
It has been moved and properly seconded that Bill number 180522 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes are 3. All those opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay. The nays are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The nays have it. The motion fails, and Bill number 180522, as amended, will not be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation.
It won't be reported at all. It won't be reported at all.
Yeah, it won't be reported at all from the committee, so thank you. The chair now recognizes Councilman Greeley for a motion on the amendment to Bill number 180909.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer an amendment to Bill number 180909. A copy of the amendment has been Thank you. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of the committee. I move for the adoption of the amendment.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to Bill number 180909 be approved. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nay. The motion carries, and Bill number 180909 has been amended. The chair again recognizes Councilman Greenlee for a motion on Bill number 180909 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 180909 as amended be reported to this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading at our next session of council.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that Bill number 180909 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion carries, and Bill number 180909 as amended will be reported from this committee with the favorable recommendation and a request that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading at our next session of council. The chair
Okay.
now recognizes Councilman Greenie for a motion on Bill number 180935.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 180935 be reported from this committee with favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading at our next session of council.
It has been moved and properly seconded that Bill number 180935 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading of this bill at our next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion carries, and Bill number 180935 will be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation and a request that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading at our next session of council. The chair now recognizes Councilman Greenie for a motion on Bill number 180994.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 180994 be reported from this committee with favorable recommendation. Further move, rules of council be suspended to allow first reading next session of council.
Second. It has been moved and properly seconded that Bill number 180994 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Bill number 180994 will be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation and a request that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading at our next session of council. The chair now recognizes Councilman Greenie for a motion on Bill number 181043.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 181043 be reported from this committee with favorable recommendation. Further move, rules of council be suspended, permit first reading at our next session of council.
It has been moved and properly seconded that Bill number 181043 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Bill number 181043 will be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation and a request that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading at our next session of council. It seemed like we did 100. But it was really 6. So let me thank everyone. Let me thank the committee. Special thanks to Councilman Squilla. We want to thank all of you who are here, all of my colleagues on council, and this hearing is recessed.
Thank you.
So we apologize to the next committee that's just coming in. It was due at 1, and now it's almost 3:15.
Praise when you lose. Well, it makes you feel good. Yeah. I'm sorry,
Thank you, everybody.